Okay, we want to welcome all our viewers here to the 42nd annual Arrowhead Myrhum Invitational. This meet is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, invitational in the entire track season. Today's competition includes athletes from over 50 schools that are going to be participating. Our viewpoint where we are going to be filming from at the press box is only allowing us to cover the track races, and somewhat we're going to be able to cover the high jump and pole vault because they're within the infield. But I want to talk about just a couple things on the field events before we get going with the first of the running events. There are a couple events in here that are certainly noteworthy. I'll start with the boys pole vault. We'll pause a moment. Getting back to this, the pole vault is certainly going to be one of the featured events on the guys' side of it. The meet does include Aaron Cummings, last year's defending state champion from Hartford. We've got third-ranked, state-ranked Johnny Botch from Brookfield East, and fifth-ranked Max Rabella from Arrowhead. The high jump is going to include the best high jumper in the state at an astounding height of 6 feet 10 and a quarter inches. That's Emmanuel Johnson from Racine Park. Our triple jump includes the best jumper in the state, and that is J.V. Miles of Germantown at 46 feet 3 inches. Long jump also includes the best jumper in the state, Keeney Parks from Kenosha Bradford, who jumped 23 2 and a quarter, and in the indoor season Keeney went over 24 feet, which is just outstanding. Our discus also is going to be one of the highlight events. The number one thrower in the state, Bryce Ruland from Waterford Union High School, who has thrown already over 200 feet. He's thrown 200 feet, 204 feet 1 inch. As well, the third best thrower in the state, Ben Youngworth of Kimberly, and the fourth best, Matthew Rush of Fond du Lac. And in the shot put, we've got the second, third, and sixth best throwers in the state. Second best thrower, Ben Youngworth from Kimberly. Third best, Matthew Rush from Fond du Lac. And sixth best, Nathan Roy of McWanago. Now, broadcasting with me is an Arrowhead all-conference runner from 6 years ago, I believe, for that, Cody, is Cody Clower. And Cody is going to detail some of the highlights, especially in the girls' field events.
Yeah, so for today, one of the best events we've got is the discus throw. We've got the second best discus thrower in the state, Anika Castle from Wanakee. She's thrown 128 feet. And we've got Kristen Benke from Kimberly, 125 feet. And then Ava Albrecht from Homestead is the seventh best thrower in the state so far this year. In the women's long jump, we have the third best jump of the year from Madeline Thorison. She's jumped 18 foot 1.75. And then in the women's pole vault is our highlight event of the day. We've got essentially a state semifinal. We've got the top 7 jumpers in the state. Eliza Aiken from West De Pere has jumped 12 foot 6. Hope Stagel from Wauwatosa East has jumped 12-1, along with Erica Miner from Oak Creek. Campbell Roberts from Kimberly has gone 11-9. Cassidy Heller from Arcadia has jumped 11-6. Eliza Schroeder from Arrowhead has jumped also 11-6, and Michaela Pardoon, also from Arrowhead, has also jumped 11-6. Those are pretty much our top athletes from our field events that we can't get on live stream today.
Now, there's going to be a little difference in the order of a traditional meet, and that difference is going to come that we are going to run the first heats of the 1600 for both boys and girls as a very first event, And then after that, that's going to be followed by the first heat of the 3200 for the boys. Then we'll be going to the traditional order. In other words, the 4x8 relay would be traditionally the first event of the day. And here we go, Cody. This is the first section of the girls 1600. It's certainly going to be a competitive race. It's going to be kind of difficult for us to pick out who the leaders are till we can come around and see their hip numbers. But they're certainly out at a quick start. That's Evie Carls of Kimberly out in the lead at this moment.
This is the last call for the boys 1600 run. Last call for section 1 of the boys 1600 run.
A little difficult to figure out who the leader is right here. Coming through at 77 for the first lap, so that's well on pace to be about a 5:14 or so.
It's a good start.
Places about 1 through 12 are all bunched within about a 12-meter gap, so it's really anyone's race still.
like the Kimberly runners in first.
Now it's Evie Carls who's overtaken the lead again. About 2:43 for the 800.
Expect someone to make a move here after the 8. A runner coming around the outside taking the lead. It's hard to see their number, but
It's a big breakaway that's being made right now. That's Brindley Everson of Wanakee that has the lead. She is running really strong, 4:06 at the 1200. She's built up about a 15-meter lead. And it doesn't look like that chase pack is
anybody's race for second right now. That gap isn't impossible either. Got a little bit of a surge, breaking up the second and third spots. That gap is closing up. Second place might be able to.
Brindley Everson trying to hold them off.
It's a tight race for second and third.
And that's Homestead. And it looks like Brindley's going to take this one. Winning time about 5:26.
It's a good first heat.
Cody, you want to give us those results? They're starting to pop up.
So our winner of our heat was Brindley Everson from Wanakee in a time of 5:26.8. Second place was Shaylin Swenson in 5:27.3. Third place, Alexa Marchinek from Wausau West in 5:27.3. And then fourth place was Alexandra Gaskin from Homestead in 5:28.2. Fifth place, Jada Vance from Lake Country Classical, 5:30.6.
Really competitive race, and I expect that's what we're going to be seeing all day long here. We're coming up now for the guys 1600. I'll real quickly go through the entries on here. Position 1, Coleman Lunsey from Marquette. Second is Cameron Kaiser of Brickfield Academy. 3 is Matt Schmoll of West De Pere. 4 is Ian Maris of Xavier. 5, Kenny Power of Xavier. 6 is William Whitus of Middleton. 7 is Dean Montour of Middleton. We'll let the PA announcer complete this.
From Sherwood, Charlie Pierce. From John
Okay, so there we have all our entries.
Now we're gonna expect somebody to try to get out fast and set the pace. We'll see what this first 200 goes out in. Clean start.
Conditions are really nice here for distance races. I know sprinters like it hot and probably somewhere between hot and very hot, but for the distance runners, cool temps are nice. It's a bit breezy, but they're taking it out at a strong pace. And this is the first of two sections. We're going to run section 2 of the girls 1600 and also section 2 of the boys 1600 in the traditional order.
Got a big bunch coming into the 4 here. Expect people to start settling in.
We'll know our leader here in just a moment. PT Timing does such an awesome job of giving the leaders.
Looks like they came through on 106. 110 is our leader.
Dean Montour from Middleton is leading, and his teammate William Whitus of Middleton is second. Cameron Kaiser of Brickfield Academy third. Charlie Pierce of Shorewood fourth. Obviously, the whole pack is right together. That's Dean Montour leading it. Now his teammate is stepping out, taking it.
A little bit of a surge here.
So that's William Whitus, Dean Montour, both of Middleton. Cameron Kaiser's right there. It's a really tight pack.
So our leader came through at the 800 at 2:19:03. That was William Whitus from Middleton. His teammate Dean Montour came in at 2:19:03 as well. So they're right on pace for that 440 mark. The gap's starting to open up between the main group. Things are starting to get a little more spread out, not as bunched.
Last call for the boys, 3200.
Matthew Schmall is now moving to second place.
Section 1, he won. Boys 3200 run.
This is about the time where you start to try to find your position in this race. See, guys, going to start fighting for that inside line. Try not to get boxed in.
Whitehouse still leading it, but William Schmall, or Matthew Schmall rather, of West De Pere is right there. Now somebody's making a strong move in the outside.
It's a strong move at 1200.
I think that's Kenny Power. Let's see here.
For the high jump, it's girls first, followed by
Ian
the
Maris.
boys at 2.
It's Ian Maris of Xavier, not Kenny Powers of Xavier.
The group has matched that move. We'll see what happens here with 200 to go.
They're at 327 at the 1200, and they are really stepping it down now.
This will be a fast 400 here.
And that's Coleman Lussey of Marquette, who has the lead. Ian Maris.
Let's see who's got the final kick. Matthew Schmoll of West De Pere is making a move. Looks like Matthew Schmoll is going to move into second.
Definitely Coleman Lussey is going to win this race.
From Marquette.
I'm about a 4:28. That was a 61-second last lap.
Coleman Lency, 4:29.5 is our winner of that heat. Matthew Schmoll in second in 4:30.6. Cameron Kaiser, 4:30.9 in third from Brookfield Academy. That was a 61 Final Four from our winner.
Another excellent race. Now the next event we are going to be covering in here is going to be the boys 3,200 meter run, and that is going to be the first section of the 3,200. And then there will be just a slight break in the competition in here until we move on to the 4x8 relays. Coleman Lency definitely ran negative splits in that race. 2:19 the first 800, 2:10 for the second 800. And that was pretty much the same for the other runners in there as well. Coleman's a senior, as well as Matt Schmoll is a senior. And Cameron Kaiser was third place, and they ran a nice race as a junior. Now the long jump is ongoing right now, and in the long jump we can just give you this. It's just started, so everyone has not even had a chance to take their first jumps, but our early leader in the girls long jump is Keegan Lotus of Kettle Moraine with a jump of 16.9, and her teammate Abigail Bauer is sitting second, 16 feet 1 inch. Again, it is cafeteria style that they just line up and get in order to take their jumps. So we know there's going to be a lot of jumps and probably some better jumps than that, but that's the early leaders in the girls' long jump. And Cody, do you want to give this information on the boys' long jump?
Yeah, so right now our leader in the long jump is Landon Nordgaard from West De Pere. He jumped 23:10 and a quarter. And then in second place is Mason Clark from Bayport, is 21:11. Kenny Parks from Kenosha Bradford is in third with 21:4.
If I can interrupt you a second, Keeney Parks. And Keeney, again, was the guy who leads the state honor roll at a jump over 23 feet and actually had a jump of 24 feet indoors. So I'm certain that he's going to be expected to challenge in there for the lead. But 23:10 is a huge jump at this point in the season. In fact, if I take a quick look on that, going through my data sheet, 23:10 is the best long jump in the state right now. That's outdoor. Again, I mentioned that Keeney had done a 24-foot jump indoors. Keeney's previous, or his best outdoor jump is 23:2 1/4. So an outstanding competition coming along right there. The 3,200 is going to start, and here they're starting to march them up. So that's going to be a long list. I think our field mic is going to be covering this one, so we'll let that announcer give the entries there.
Running in
We've got 14 entries in here, and they're off. Unfortunately, I don't have seed times here. It wasn't listed in our program, so to be able to tell you who maybe the favorite is in this. That's certainly what we saw from that last section of the guys 1600. That was a great race, and the first heat was the slower of the two heats. So certainly when we get down to the finals on here, Cody, I think we're going to be seeing some awfully fast times.
Yeah, I would expect some very fast times today. It's great conditions for a 3200. Nice and cool weather. The breeze is not that bad. So we've got an early lead from Malachi Kurth from Slinger.
We'll be able to check what that split is in just a moment. Malachi came through at 71 seconds, 71.9, almost 72. He's followed by Jordan Lafersky of Sussex Hamilton, Ryan Topolsky of Onalaska, Charlie Carey of Marquette, and Noah Krause of Arrowhead.
Looks like Malachi is opening up a pretty good gap here in the first 800 meters of this 3200. We'll see if anybody tries to match that.
Certainly trying to make a statement here. And Malachi comes through the 800 with the lead and at a time of 2:25.9.
It's a quick first 800 for this heat. Second place in 2:30.7 and John Bartschat from Whitefish Bay. Arrowhead's Noah Krause at 2:30.8 was third place in the 800.
If anything, Malachi's lead is increasing. So at this pace, he's on pace to run in the very low 10-minute range.
Looks like Whitefish Bay is making a push to get to second, close that gap.
Malachi continues with about a 25-meter lead.
Came through at 3:41.8. It's got a 5-second lead on second. John Bartschat from Whitefish Bay.
Charlie Carey in third, and
His teammate.
Jack Kiewat in fourth. Charlie and Jack both from Marquette.
We'll see if those two guys can work together here as teammates. Put a little bit of a dent in this gap.
For a little while there, John had started to cut into Malachi's lead, but now he's kind of settled back in with the rest of the chase pack, and Malachi continues to build upon his lead.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a gap now opening up after fifth place here. We'll see if that group can get contact back with that group, or if we're going to see 5 guys go off the front here.
We're coming up with the 1600 split here in just a moment. Expect him to be slightly under 5.
4:58 2 or 4.
So the chase pack is 5 seconds behind. That's Jack Kiewat in second, John Borchert of Whitefish Bay in third, and Charlie Carey of Marquette in fourth.
Definitely got a gap opened up after 5th place now. See if those Marquette boys can work together and chase down Malachi here. Seems to be making it stick. It doesn't look like he's lost any ground on those guys.
No, that it looks like he's still going to maintain about a 5-second lead. He's coming into that home stretch. Of the wind that exists is always going to be in their face on this home stretch.
So he came through at 6:15.19 and 6:21.5 and 6:21.5 from the two Marquette boys, and then John from Whitefish Bay at 6:21.8. So it looks like he's maintaining his gap. We'll see if Marquette can work together here and start closing with that 1,200 to go mark.
Charlie Carey from Marquette is just a freshman. I saw him race last week at the Hale Distance Invitational, where he won the freshman 1600 in a time of 4:35, and he had a heck of a kick. So maybe he's going to try to call upon that kick here today.
It's definitely not out of the question. He's only down 5 seconds.
Got about 900 meters to go here, and Malachi still looks strong. That lap was a 77, so he's run 71, 74, 75, 76, 76, 77. So he's definitely running very consistent. The lead is at
6 seconds.
6 seconds right now.
He's actually gaining ground now on that gap. Looks like Charlie Carey now is in no man's land in second place.
Yeah, Malachi definitely looks strong on that back stretch. He's showing some fatigue now, but you know, running that hard of a pace,
By yourself.
anyone's going to show some fatigue. Charlie has cut into that lead some.
The lap to go, Malachi just came through at 850.9, and Charlie came in at 854.7, so he has closed the gap about 2 seconds. He's going to have to close another 4 seconds.
He certainly appears to be closing that up now.
He's definitely looking stronger right now than Malachi is, but Malachi's got the gap. Closing down that backstretch. He's eating that gap up.
It's down to about 12 meters right now, and I think Charlie's going to catch him before the middle of that turn.
Here we go. Charlie Carey from Marquette.
Charlie's going to catch him and go by him right there. Strong move.
It's going to be a heck of a last lap from Charlie Carey. Like you said, he's got a fantastic kick.
And here he comes. He's turning it on now, and it's all over right now. Charlie has won. This Malachi ran one heck of a race.
Took a lot of guts to go
Took
off the
that.
front like that.
We'll check that time. Should be up here. Charlie Carey, 10:01.99. Malachi second, 10:03.7.
We got to push for third.
Third place goes to Ryan Topolsky of Onalaska, 10:16. Fourth, Johnny Barchett of Whitefish Bay, 10:16. Jaden Sitzberger of Kimberly, fifth at 10:17, and Owen Pope of Brookfield East, sixth at 10:18. Excellent times out there.
So that last lap by Charlie Carey was a 67.
He had chipped away on the seventh lap, but that last lap, he really laid it down.
That was an impressive strategy, well-run race from a freshman.
Yeah, remember that name. He's going to be around for 3 more years, and that was a great race. Now we're going to have a little break in here. Maybe we have time, Cody, to just kind of check some things about the field events. I know we were checking the long jump. I'll report in on the girls' long jump. And maybe you've got time to check on the boys' long jump. Again, the leaders, I don't think anything has changed on the girls' leaderboard. 3 jumps have been completed, and Keegan Lotus continues to lead at 16.9. Elena Sanfilippo of Fall Creek is second at 16.5, and Abigail Bauer of Killamaraine third at 16.1. And again, there are a number of jumpers that haven't gone yet, but those are the early leaders.
And our early leaders in the boys' long jump, Nate White from Milwaukee King jumped 22.5, which we were talking about it earlier. Keeney Parks from Kenosha Bradford still has not jumped again. He's at 21.6 1/4. He's still sitting in third. Mason Clark from Bayport is in second at 21.11. So I don't believe much has changed in the boys' long jump as well since we last had a status update.
There must have been an incorrect input because we had Langdon Norgard at 23.10, and
He dropped.
And that must have been a correction that was made.
He's now at 21.10 1/4.
Yeah.
Or 20, yeah.
So Nate White's jump of 22.5 is the leader right now. Girls pole vault, we have no information yet. And boys pole vault, no information.
I don't believe they've started that yet. It still seems to be that they're warming up.
Maybe we'll take a little break here.
in 1965. Dick was a teacher at Arrowhead as well as being a coach and was well known as being a prankster. At this time, if you could please stand, remove your hats to the playing of our national anthem. And you see by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stretched and bright
Okay, after that short break, we've got a few updates of competition. This is girls long jump. Our new leader is Madeline Thorson of Bayport at 17 feet 4.5 inches. Second, Lola Kolawale of Whitefish Bay at 17.2. And third place is Peyton Eicher of Arrowhead at 17 feet 3/4 of an inch. And Cody, you want to give the boys long jump here an update?
Yeah, so our leader right now in the boys long jump is Nate White from Milwaukee King. He jumped 22.5. Second place right now is Mason Clark from Bayport, 21.11. And then Keeney Parks from Kenosha Bradford is still sitting at 21.6 1/4 in third. And our fourth place right now from Oconomowoc is Cole Schweffel with 21.5.
And we'll be watching that event closely. Keeney Parks has the best jump in the state at 23 feet 10 inches, and indoors went over 24 feet. So if he catches a nice tailwind, he's liable to hit that 24-foot mark again. Real quickly, we'll give the lane assignments in here for the girls 4x8 relay. 1 is Kimberly, 2 Slinger, 3 Tosa East, 4 University School Milwaukee, 5 Wausau West, 6 Arrowhead, 7 Green Bay Preble, 8 is Whitefish Bay, 9 Homestead, 10 Bayport, 11 Xavier, 12 Franklin, and 13 is McWanago. This is just going to be one section.
And as of now, Slinger has run the second fastest time in the 4x8 this year, time of 9:46.4. The next closest team in this heat would be Green Bay Preble, which previously ran 10:01.
At this time of year is too where teams start to figure out if they're going to pool all their best distance runners and put them into a 4x8 relay. So I think a lot of coaches will be making decisions and maybe trying some things out here.
We do need to ask everybody to please clear the track area, especially if you're not an athlete participating or a coach right now. We need you all off and going to the outside of the stadium area. If you're not competing, you should not be out here. And right now, our girls 4x800 meter relay is coming down. In lane 1, there will be Kimberly. Lane 2, Slinger. Lane 3, Wauwatosa East. Lane 4, University School of Milwaukee. Lane 5, Wausau West. Lane 6, Arrowhead. Lane 7, Green Bay Preble. Lane 8, Whitefish Bay. Lane 9, Homestead. Lane 10, Bayport. Lane 11, Xavier. Lane 12, Franklin. And 13, McWanago.
And Cody just pointed out to me that Slinger is a scratch for this relay. So apparently they have an injury or something is up on there.
First call.
Yeah, I don't see him lined up. Must have actually scratched. was the favorite in this event as well.
Slinger had a host of outstanding runners. They were runner-up in the state cross-country meet, and this season have been running very, very well this track season. They'll be running with 4 alleys of 3 teams per alley, and then they'll make the cut-in off of that first turn.
Got a clean start.
We need all athletes not competing right now to clear the areas on the track.
This is an important part of the race, trying to find your spot on this cut-in. It's like our Kimberly looks like to be in the lead right now.
Kimberly, and it looks like Wausau West in second. And I think that's Tosa East out there as well.
Kimberly's really opening up a gap early here in that first 200.
Now Arrowhead is moving into second, trying to
surge.
That's Ann Straka for Arrowhead. So I think we can establish that. That's Kimberly and Arrowhead, and I believe Tosa East.
Yep, Tosa East in third. This race is getting strung out fast. We'll be interested to see how teams stack their relays, what order they put their runners in.
You can get out strong for that first 700 meters, but sometimes that last 100 is the 100 from hell.
It's the toughest part of the race right here. Got a move being made for second place. We'll see how these exchanges go. This is a tough part. You have to switch spots with a person in the line. Kimberly will make their exchange, then Tosa East. A little bit of bumping. Arrowhead gets exchanged in fourth.
See if Kimberly extends the lead here.
Kimberly, Tosa East, and Arrowhead has moved into third. Sydney Ray for Arrowhead.
Tosa East is eating up that gap from the lead from Kimberly just a tiny bit. Good first 200.
East has almost pulled even here, so first lap. We'll see if the PT timing can give us splits. Not at this moment.
Right. Tosa East has taken over the lead from Kimberly. See if she can make a statement here and pull away. Arrowhead's still remaining in third. It's like Wausau West is sitting in fourth.
Tosa East with about a 7-meter lead. When they come into that home stretch too, this is where they're going to be hitting a headwind, so not only are you fighting fatigue, you're fighting the wind.
And looks like Kimberly's going to make a move back for first. See if those runners make that switch. Looks like they're going to remain in their lanes.
Aggressive kick from Kimberly.
Kimberly now has about an 8-meter lead, and their number 3 runner, I don't have that identified who she is, but
That was a fantastic exchange. Look at that gap she just opened up. Wausau West is going to catch Arrowhead and move into third.
Kimberly's third leg is definitely putting it down right here. She's got about a 12-meter lead.
We'll see if Tosa East can close that gap again. Sometimes here in the 4x8, you see people take out that first 400 a little too fast. She's going to come through the 400 at about a 110, the Kimberly runner.
As I'm seeing it, Kimberly is just extending that lead.
It's like I misspoke earlier. I think that's Preble that's in third, not Wausau West. Yes, that is Green Bay Preble in third. Wow, Kimberly's gap is continuing to grow.
It's about a 4-second lead here, so I anticipate she's going to maintain that lead, and actually the lead seems to be growing. I think Kimberly might be trying to make a statement to the entire state here. And Tosa East in second. I think that's about a 7-8 second lead right now, Cody.
Yeah, it might be even more. Unless that fourth runner from Tosa East can work some magic, I think Kimberly's going to pull away with this one. We'll see if Green Bay Preble can chase down Tosa East. Arrowhead's runner hasn't lost any time on Preble for third. A lot of teams will put their top runner fourth, so we'll see what happens.
So all Kimberly, they're going to have about a 6, 7, 7-second lead, I believe, in there.
Yep. Preble's another 3 or 4 seconds back from that. I think we're going to see our top 3 here. Kimberly, Tosa East, and Preble, unless Arrowhead's runner can work some magic and catch Preble.
Tosa East has cut into that margin, but she's worked so hard to get there.
Going to be a little too late, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's a heck of an effort, though. Kimberly's going to breeze in for the win here.
And Kimberly will take this. Tosa East will be second. Preble third, and Arrowhead fourth.
I believe Kimberly came in at 9:58, which would put them in the top 5. Or 9:38. That would put them as the second top time according to Mile Split this year. So our second place finishing team was Wauwatosa East in 9:41.8. Then Green Bay Preble in 9:53.1. And then Arrowhead came in fourth with 9:56.11.
And by honor rolls, again, if you want to give that to us, Kimberly would now rank.
Kimberly would now be in as the second spot in the state as of today. With the fastest time this year, according to Mile Split, was 9:32.7 by West of Pier.
Okay, we'll hear the announcements now for the lanes assignments here for the first section of the guys, 4x8.
In lane 4, Oak Creek. Lane 5, Bayport. Lane 6, Brookwood. Lane 7, Milwaukee King. Lane 8, Homestead. And in lane 9, Oconomowoc.
Maybe we should. I could do this real quick. Here are our lane assignments for the first section of the guys 4x8 relay. 1 is Fall Creek, 2 Hartford, 3 Germantown, 4 Oak Creek, 5 Bayport, 6 Brookwood, 7 is Milwaukee King, 8 is Homestead, and lane 9 is Oconomowoc. There are 2 sections in the guys 4x8 relay. And these relays are seated, so the fastest relay is the second relay, second heat. By seeds on this one, Fall Creek would be the fastest seed in this section. They made a long trip to get here. Fall Creek is probably a 4.5-hour drive.
Oconomowoc getting out fast. Outside lane.
They make the cut. It looks like, yeah, it certainly looks like Oconomowoc.
And Homestead.
Tight pack.
This is where people are going to fight for position, try to get themselves not boxed in. Looks like Milwaukee King might be in third. I think those are the 3 teams from the outside lanes.
So that's Oconomowoc. Is that Homestead? That was Kimberly? Okay. Well, it looks like Brookwood that's out in the lead right now. Ocon is trying to come back on him. Milwaukee King in third. We apologize if we misname one of the teams out there. It's hard to read their jerseys from up here in the press box.
Got a nice battle going on for first. Oconomowoc going to fade a little bit. See a move for fourth.
I've got a start on this one. Looks like this first leg is going to be 2:02.
It's a quick start for this B heat. The big gap opening up in first now. Oconomowoc falling back quite a bit. Third place is starting to catch up.
If there is a mom from Tulsa East, apparently a picture is needed. A mom from Tulsa East.
Again, that looks like Brookwood in first, Oconomowoc second, Milwaukee King third, and here comes Homestead. No, I'm sorry, that is Hartford. Second, third, and fourth are all bunched together.
See if that group can work together and close that gap.
We have our first top place finishers of the day, and that is the girls 4x100 meter relay. So the third place team with a time
So second place is closing that gap. They're going to take the lead here. Looks like they might have taken a little too fast in that first 4 from Brookwood. That gap is going to open up
And I
fast.
think that's Hartford that has the lead now.
Hartford's opening up a decent gap here. Oconomowoc's going with him.
And here comes Oconomowoc. They're gonna take the lead, and they're trying to open up a bit of a gap as well.
Wisconsin number 2, Kimberly. And if you look very closely, Gabby's in there. She wanted to be pointed out. Everybody's found a way to Gabby.
Oconomowoc and Hartford is third leg is really letting it rip.
Looks like they might have had a bad exchange. Now he's back in the lead.
That's Brookwood in third. Trying to close that gap, bridge the gap there.
4th, we have Milwaukee King and Oak Creek, Fall Creek. Looks like Bayport. Looks like Hartford's opening up a good gap here. Oconomowoc lost contact with him.
Coming down that home stretch, and it's into the wind. They're fighting their fatigue, but definitely it is Hartford with about a 4-second lead.
And then it's
Ocon second, Brookwood third, King fourth.
Hartford's opening up a gap. Also, Oconowoc's got some magic here. I think Hartford's going to pull away. Brookwood looks to be trying to get back into second.
Yeah, they're in striking distance of getting in second. Hartford's on pace to run about an 8:16, which honor roll wise would put them among the best in the state. But as I stated earlier, the fastest section is yet to come. So expect the whole state honor roll to be rewritten in here.
It's a statement run out of the B heat from Hartford. Looks like Hartford will run away with it. Oconomowoc is falling. Brookwood's looking to come into second now. He's made contact with Oconowoc's runner. We'll see what happens around this final corner. Brookwood making a move into second.
And they are going to win it in a time around 8:15. We'll see. Here's their official time, 8:15.1.
Brookwood's going to run into second.
$8.26 for Brookwood, a Division III school. Outstanding job there, guys. Ocon third, 8:27.
Fall Creek comes in fourth with 8:34.6. And then Milwaukee King in 8:37.8. And then Bayport in 8:40.7. It's a fantastic heat. Start off the men's 4x8.
Okay, here we go for Section 2. And as I stated in here, the Section 2 is the faster of the two sections. Lane 1, McWanago. 2 is Kimberly. 3, Kaukauna. 4, Tosa East. 5 is Arrowhead. 6, Kettle Moraine. 7, Middleton. 8, Onalaska. 9, Franklin. 10, Green Bay Preble. 11, Sussex Hamilton. And 12, New Berlin West.
Lane 4, Wauwatosa East. Lane 5, Arrowhead. Lane 6, Kettle Moraine. Lane 7, Middleton. Lane 8, Onalaska. Lane 9, Franklin. Lane 10, Green Bay Pro. Lane 11, Sussex Hamilton. And in lane 12, New Berlin West. Just a reminder to
Definitely an antsy start. Guys moving on the line. Looks like New Berlin West is going to make a big move to get up on that break. Same as we saw in the last heat.
And I believe that's Kimberly that's out there in the lead. But it's kind of a mosh pit right now. Everyone's right there. I expect McWanago to be one of the top teams in here. As well, Arrowhead's going to be fighting for a top position. Now that's Kakana moving up into the lead. McWanago in second. I can give a split on here. That's about 58 seconds for the first 400 for the leader.
It's a quick start. Expect some guys in the middle of the pack to make a move up towards the front now. Looks like McWanago's going to make that move into first.
It's a big surge there by McWanago. I believe that's Joe McNulty leading off for them.
McWanago's opening up a pretty significant gap here. We got a three-way tie right now in second. It's like Kimberly, Kakana.
You know, I think that's Fond du Lac that's made a big move. And here comes Arrowhead.
On the outside. So that handout's
That's
gonna,
about 159 that
it's a good start.
the lead runner from McWanago. Again, I believe that was Joe McNulty.
I think that's Middleton in second.
Middleton, okay, thank you.
We'll be starting the hurdle races at 3 o'clock today. The girls 100 hurdles. This is your first call. Girls 100 hurdles.
There's nothing tentative about this race. They are just putting their foot on the accelerator and going for it.
Arrowhead is going to move into third. Right there in that group with Kimberly.
Jesse Ellis running there for Arrowhead.
McWanago's gap isn't that big anymore. Looks like we have a bit of a surge from the Kimberly runner. See if you can close that gap down.
So McWanago is maintaining about an 8-meter lead over Kimberly. And then Kakana has...
Kakana's making a surge.
Yeah, but Kakana's starting to move.
Arrowhead's runner is fading. Looks like Middleton's going to overtake them. Kakana working into second place. That gap from McWanago is getting eaten up fast. We'll see what McWanago and Kimberly's these next two guys can do. Kimberly's not out of it yet.
This is a tricky race. Cody, you've run this enough times. I mean, you got to go hard, but you can't let adrenaline take you out there all out for that first 400 because that can be a death march, that second 400. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'd always tell myself when I'd run the 800 that first 200, it needs to be a controlled, fast pace. If you go out and you start blasting that first 200, you're gonna feel it in that final 400 is gonna be really rough. So you gotta control yourself in that first 200, even if the first 300, and settle into a nice pace, and then find your groove and go. And then in the 4x8, it's so tough because you see a guy in front of you, you gotta start chasing him. So Kimberly's taking over the lead now.
Kimberly, McWanago, and Kaukauna. Those are definitely the three teams that are going to battle this one out.
It's going to come down to that fourth runner. How did teams stack their relays?
A lot of fight in McWanago, and they are starting to come back now.
It's a well-run 800 from McWanago's runner. Paced himself the right way. Let's see if he can open up a gap now on Kaukauna. Make his fourth runner make his life a little easier.
A great leg for McWanago right there, their third guy. They're on pace to run about a 8:05, which clearly would be the fastest time in the state.
Looks like that Kimberly runner's going out hard here in that first 200. He's going to close that gap. But like we said earlier, hopefully he's not giving it too much gas early.
Girls long jump finalists, listen up.
We're going to have a battle here.
At 3:05, the final start. We have Brooke Plugner, Elena Sanfilippo, Lily Strong, Keegan Lotus, Peyton Eicher, Lola Coelho,
Kimberly's taking over the lead now. 400 to go.
Essence Burrows, and Megan Eason.
All three of those teams are still in it, though.
Don't count out Kaukauna either.
Alaska running kind of alone there in fourth place.
They're having a sneaky good race out in fourth from Alaska. Kimberly's hanging in tough. Kaukana's trying to make that surge now. We could see a real battle here at the finish.
Muck is starting to fight their way back a little bit.
Let's see who's got the kick here. Kaukana's going to make that slingshot off McGonigal's shoulder. We'll see if Kaukana
Here
can
comes
work it.
Kaukana. Kaukana's coming strong. This could be a kick and a lean right here.
And Kaukana's going to take the lead.
Kaukana does it in about an 8:02.
Fantastic strategy from Kaukana on that final 800 leg. 8:015 is the official time for Kaukana. 8:019 would be second place for Kimberly. 8:029 would be third place. Is McGonigal on Alaska in fourth at 8:13. Middleton in fifth at 8:17. New Berlin West. Middleton was sixth. New Berlin West is seventh at 8:18.
To put this into perspective, the top time in the state by mile split rankings was 8:19 coming into today's race. And the first 7 times in this section all beat that. Again, Kaukana, the fastest time in the state, 8:01.5, and Kimberly, 8:019, and McGonigal, 8:029. Why don't you give here?
Last call, girls 100 hurdles. Last call, girls 100 hurdles.
We have Megan Eason sitting in first.
shift. It looks like second place is now going to be Essence Burrows from Whitefish Bay with a jump of 17 feet 6 inches. That moves Keegan Loads to sixth with a jump of 16.09. Seventh is Lily Strong from Lodi with 16 feet 7 inches.
And we'll try to get an update on the guys' long jump. I don't know if anything has changed here. Nate White continues to lead at 22.5. A little side note on this one. Nate White is a Wisconsin football recruit and certainly one of the top running backs in the state. Second best jump is Mason Clark of Bayport, 21.11. Third, Keeney Parks of Kenosha Bradford, 21 feet 6.25 inches. Fourth, Cole Schweffel of Oconomowoc, 21.5. And fifth, Trip Walsh, 21.2 3/4. Sixth, Connor Doyle of Oconomowoc, 21.2 1/4. Trip Walsh from Arrowhead.
We're going to see a great battle in the boys' long jump here between Nate White, Keeney Parks, and Mason Clark. Keeney Parks is also a D1 football recruit to Wyoming, also plays running back. Trip Walsh in fifth is committed to Iowa State, to a tight end on the football team, and just stacked with fantastic athletes and phenomenal athleticism all the way through. So we should see a good battle.
Thanks for that information. Jack is joining us here on the broadcast and for me shortly. He's got both a football and a track background, so we're fortunate to have him helping us today.
So in the 100-meter girls hurdles, in lane 3 we have Kaya McRae from Homestead. Lane 4, Emma Rudy from Onalaska. And in lane 5, Stephanie Nickel from Middleton.
In the first heat of the girls 100 hurdles, in lane 3,
And there will be 6 sections of that. So everything is a time finals for all of these events, with the fastest section being the last section of each of these races.
Looks like our winner from that heat is going to be Kaya McRae from Homestead in a time of 17.58.
in lane 3 from Kimberly, Carly Pokemon. In lane 4 from Lodi, Riley
Good to
Wilcox.
see you. How you
In
doing?
lane
Good.
5 from Whitefish Bay, Lily Gonzagas. And lane 6 from Homestead, Sophia Lagabo. And lane 7 from Sun Prairie, Alexa Warrenson.
Section 2, Grace Hackle in 1, Natalie Swiderski 2, Carly Pogeman, Kimberly 3, Wiley Wilcox, Lodi 4, Lily Garzadas, Whitefish Bay 5, Sophie Lagalbo of Homestead 6, and Alexa Warrenson of Sun Prairie East in 7. Fastest time from that first heat was 17.58. That's Riley Wilcox out in the lead.
Looks like Riley Wilcox will take the win. Riley Wilcox wins that heat in a time of 17.36. Second place was Natalie Swiderski from Divine Savior Holy Angels in a time of 17.81.
In second place, running a time of 8 minutes, 1.97 seconds, Wisconsin number 2, Kimberly. And your champions on the day with a time of 8:01.51 seconds, Wisconsin number 1 time, Takana.
Section 3, Lane 1, is going to be Emma Dressenot of McWanago in 1, Allie Zulke, West Pier 2, Jalen Machan, Medford 3, Nyanema Keith, Pius 4, Ella Stevens, Onalaska 5, Ella Seeger, Middleton 6, Addison Reamer of Lake Country Lutheran 7, and Leah Scott, Slinger 8.
Coming down right now from McConnell, lane 1 is Emma Dresnack.
Looks like Addison Reamer's got a nice lead here from LCL.
Jalen Nickens from Medford. In lane 4, Naima Keith from Pius. Lane 5 is Ella Stevens from
Looks like your winner is going to be Addison Reimer from LCL with a time of 17.03. And second place was Emma Dresdant from Mugwanago with a time of 17.49.
Next up, we've got in lane 1 coming Harmony Hudson from Milwaukee King. In lane 2, Josie Bloom from Onalaska. In lane 3,
Heat 4, Harmony Hudson 1 of Milwaukee King, 2, Josie Bloom of Onalaska 2, Macy Heisey, Wausau West 3, Olivia Hayrath, Lodi 4, Trinity Wallendale of Fond du Lac 5, Kira Schoen of Wausau West 6, Emma Ellertson, McWanago 7, and Kate Janet of Xavier in 8. The time to beat right now is 17:03. Addison Reimer in that last section.
boys long jump finals. Boys long jump finals at 3:25. Josiah Cross, Hayden Cabana, Connor Doyle,
Looks like your winner of that heat is going to be Trinity Wallendal from Fond du Lac in a time of 16.39. Second place was Emma Eilertson from Mugwanago in a time of 16.96.
Nate White. All reported to the long jump pit by 3:20. In the fifth heat of the girls 100, we got in lane 1, Audrey Ziegel from Sunburn East. In lane 2, Allie Drews from West Lapeer.
Okay,
In lane
thank you.
3, Miranda Winkler from Kimberly. In lane 4, Bree Eckerman from
Section 5, we're working our way to the fastest sections in here.
In lane 6, Madison Lionberg from Kimberly. In lane 7,
Lane 1 is Aubrey Seefeld, Sunbury East. 2, Ellie Drews of West Lapeer. 3, Miranda Winkler, Kimberly. 4, Bree Eckerman, Mauston. 5, Lauren Graham, Nicolay. 6, Madison Weinberg of Kimberly. 7, Cayman Phillips of Shorewood. And 8, Keegan Lotus of Kettle Moraine.
this is the first call for the 100-meter dash for wheelchair. 100-meter dash for wheelchair. Also, first call for girls 100-meter dash. First call for girls 100-meter dash.
So photo finish, but it appears to be that our winner was Lauren Graham from Nicolay in a time of 15.52. In second place was Cayman Phillips in a time of 15.69.
2, Ellie Zagel from Flitter. In lane 3, Rachel Kleinhans from Arrowhead. In lane
This last section and is designated as the fastest section. Vivian Jones, Indian Trail 1, Ellie Zagel of Slinger 2, Rachel Kleinhans, Arrowhead 3, Eva Brandenburg, Homestead 4, Jillian Anderson, Bayport 5, Samantha Burge of Mugwanago 6, Kayla Salah of Wanakee 7, and Macy Bible of Bayport in 8. Of these people, Anderson, Zagel, Salah, Jones, and Kleinhans are 5 of the top 9 times in the state. There couldn't be a more competitive race than this one right now, Cody.
The time to beat from the last heat was 15.52, set by Lauren Graham from Nicolay. had a false start.
Looks like lane 6. Am I correct on that? Samantha Burge.
From Maguanago. Clean start. Got a nice battle between Brandenburg and Anderson. And your winner of the 110 hurdles is going to be Jillian Anderson in a time of 15.1 from Bayport. Second place was Eva Brandenburg from Homestead in 15.14. Third place was Ellie Zagel from Slinger in 15.5 or 15.41, and then fourth place was Rachel Kleinhaus from Arrowhead in 15.49. That will conclude the women's 110 hurdles, or 100 hurdles.
And Cody, do you want to give us an update how that would re-rank some of these? That 15.1 would rank, the winning time would rank where?
So she would beat her previous best time. She was third in the state at 15.19. That puts her now in second place behind DeForest Anna Sepniak with a time of 14.56. So Jillian Anderson moves up one spot into second place in the state honor roll. And then Eva Brandenburg moves up into third on the state honor roll now.
Next up, we've got the boys 110-meter hurdles. With section 1 in lane 3, we have Eli Lobb. In lane 4, we have Jared and Clark. In lane 5, we have Isaac Steinke.
And our first heat has started. Looks like our winner from that heat is going to be lane 2, Eli Laub from Fall Creek, with an official time of 16.80. His teammate Isaac Steinke came in second on that heat with a time of 16.88.
In section 2 of 6, we have lane 1,
Jack Kramer. In lane 2, we have Callahan Rassman. Lane 3, Ben Bunton. Lane 4, AC Zeitka. Lane 5, Davis Shepard. Lane 6, Travion Carruthers. Lane 7, Thor Gabick.
So we got a good start out of lane 5, or lane 6.
First call, boys 100 dash.
Looks like your winner from that heat is going to be lane 3, Ben Bunton from Hartford Union, with a time of 16.82. That did not beat the previous best time from the heat prior from Eli Laub from Fall Creek. So, second place in that heat was Callahan Rassman from Aguanago, with a time of 17.09.
Race here, lane 1 from Franklin, we have Connor Hirschfield in lane 2.
Section 3 of 6, the 110 hurdles. In lane 1, we have Connor Hirschfield. Lane 2, Owen Peterson. Lane 3, Anthony Carter. Lane 4, Anthony Wang. Lane 5, Kai Force. Lane 6, Nick Blair. In lane 7, Devin Viola. And in lane 8, Mason Strussel.
This is heat 3 of 6. We have 2 empty lanes, lane 4 and lane 6.
Strong start from lane 3.
And it looks like our winner from that heat is going to be Anthony Carter from Bayport out of lane 3, with a final time of 16.53, which puts him in the fastest time so far today. Eli Laub from Fall Creek still is in second place today out of heat 1. Second place in that heat was Mason Strussel from Pewaukee in a time of 17.06.
Section 4 of the 110s, we have in lane 1, we have Griffin Murphy. In lane 2, we have Philip Dornoff. Lane 3, Zach Nyquist. Lane 4, Jackson Zepnik. Lane 5, Mitchell Milarski. Lane 6, Huj Chai Vang. And lane 7, Benjamin Holtzman. Lane 8, Cole Hyptus.
clean start. Looks like we got a good start out of lane 5. That's Mitchell Malarski from Hartford Union. Looks like he will take the heat. Mitchell Malarski from Hartford Union takes the leading time today in 16.23. Second place in that heat was Jackson Zepnik from Bayport in a time of 16.3. That would put both of them as 1-2 today so far.
Heat number 5, in lane 1 we have Carter Goodman. Lane 2 we have Dominic Cefaldi. Lane 3, Reggie Hubbard Jr. Lane 4, Garrett Gauger. Lane 5, Nathaniel Jubik. Lane 6, Brady Gaffney. And lane 7, Johan Rutsky. And lane 8, Riley Otto. This is the second to last heat.
Yep, heat 5 of 6. The next heat was going to feature 7 of the top 20 times run thus far this year. So we're expecting to see some exciting racing here in this heat and the next. I believe that's Nathaniel Jubek from Franklin, who's going to take the heat. He's going to put up the fastest time thus far today in 15.84. And then second place in that heat was Brady Gaffney from Kimberly in a time of 16.4. That'll put him in 4th today.
Our 6th and final heat features some stellar athletes. In lane 1 we have Rodrigue Nakigani. Lane 2, Ben Olvey. Lane 3, Ethan Kreiter. Lane 4, Finn Patanod. Lane 5, Logan Hicks. Lane 6, Landon Nordgaard. Lane 7, Connor Scheissel. And lane 8, Moses Long.
Finn Patanod from Middleton currently has the fastest time of the year. He ran 14.61 is the fastest mark thus far this year. The second fastest guy in this heat on the state honor roll is Logan Hicks from Arrowhead in a time of 15.08. So expect this to be a competitive heat.
Explosive start from everybody.
Logan Hicks off to a really good start. Logan Hicks pulling away. Looks like Logan Hicks is going to take this heat. Let's see what the official time is, but he might move himself up here on the state honor roll. Yep.
Logan comes in at a time of 14.56 seconds.
That'll put him now in the number 1 spot on the state honor roll, passing his competitor Finn Patanod from Middleton, who just ran a 14.98.
Our final results from the 110 hurdles. We have in first place Logan Hicks with a time of 14.56. In second place, Finn Patanod with 14.98. In third place, Ben Olvey with a time of 15.31. Now we have our wheelchair 100 meter. In lane 4, we have Gianni Quintero, and in lane 6, we have Daniel Nels.
In the girls 100 dash, in lane 3 from
Results from the
Milwaukee,
wheelchair 100. In first place, we have Gianni Quintero with a time of 19.21, and in second, Daniel Nels with 21.89.
I'll give you a field events update. In the girls' high jump, our current leader is Kyla Sala from Wanakee with a jump of 5 feet. Tied in first place right now is Ellie Zagel from Slinger, also at 5 feet. Third place would be Emma Eilertson from McGuanago. And then, let's see, girls pole vault, still in progress, but our current leader is Campbell Roberts from Kimberly, tied with Michaela Pardoon, Ellie Schrader, and Ryan Wesley, all at 11 feet. So far, leader in the boys pole vault is Isaiah Bauer at 14 foot, and Caleb Moore from Muskego also just jumped 14. Your leader in the girls long jump is Megan Geeson from Oak Creek at 17 foot, 9.5. Essence Burrows at 17, 6.5, and then Madeline Thorson from Bayport at 17, 4.5.
Next up, we've got the girls 100 meter dash. Heat 1, Ava Westerman. Lane 4, Abigail Zen. And lane 5, Brooke Flagner.
Arrowhead students not working. In section 2.
And your winner from Heat 1 of the women's 100 meter dash is Brooke Flagner from Oconomowoc in a time of 13.62.
Sydney Griffin. In lane 3 from Wanakee, Lydia Rice. In lane
Second heat, in lane 1, we've got Hannah Carey from Maguanago. In lane 2, we've got Sydney Griffin from Nicolay. Lane 3, Lydia Rice from Wanakee. Lane 4, Caitlin Ballet from Oconomowoc. Lane 5, McKenna Clawiter from Fall Creek. Lane 6, Jenna Reichels. And lane 7, Jenna Flagner.
So in the girls' long jump, our current leader is Megan Geeson from Oak Creek with a jump of 17.9.5, which would put her in the sixth spot in the state right now on the honor roll.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we have our boys 110 meter high hurdle top place finishers. In third place,
And your winner of Heat 2 in the women's 100 meter dash is Sydney Griffin from Nicolay with a time of 13.27. Second place in that heat would be Caitlin Baliette from Oconomowoc in a time of 13.39.
running a time of 14.98 seconds. From Middleton finished
In Heat 4 of the girls 100, we have Harmony Imani Franklin in lane 1. In lane 2, Scout Bunkowski. In lane 3, Addison Bradigan. Lane 4, McKenna McCary. Lane 5, Kaylin Todd. Lane 6, Ayomide Adenayi. Lane 7, Emily Kygaleski. And lane 8, Emma Groff.
On the men's long jump update, it looks like these are still in progress, but Nate White from Milwaukee King leads at 22.5, sorry. And then Mason Clark is at 21.11 from Bayport. And then Keeney Parks, who we expected to be the favorite to win, is currently sitting in fourth at 21.6 3/4. Nate White's jump of 22.5 would put him sitting in 5th place on the state honor roll.
Daniel Nels from West De Pere to the awards tent. Daniel Nels from West De Pere, actually to the 50-yard line.
Looks like your winner from Heat 3 of the women's 100-meter dash is going to be Scout Bonkowski from Homestead with a time of 13.29. That puts her in second today. Sydney Griffin from the previous heat from Nicolay ran a time of 13.27, 200ths faster.
We've got heat number 4 here of the girls 100. In lane 1, we have Faith Rouse. In lane 2, we have Kylie Van Dong. Lane 3, Megan Reedy. Lane 4, Katherine Johnston. Lane 5, Acelia White-Williams. Lane 6, Kaya Gassner. Lane 7, Catherine Smith. Lane 8, Magdalena Rosas Sarmiento.
Looks like we got a lane 3. Who's going to take the heat? That's Megan Reedy from Muskego. She's going to take a time of 13.30. And Kaya Gassner from Sun Prairie East is second in the heat in 13.35. Megan Reedy's time of 13.3 puts her in third today. Sydney Griffin from Nicolay is still your leader at 13.27.
Heat number 5, in lane 1, we've got Haley Stannard. Lane 2, Megan Geeson. Lane 3, Zamira Green. Lane 4, Kayla DeBron. Lane 5, Julia Carson. Lane 6, Felicity Gianpietro. Lane 7, Daniela Reimer. And lane 8, Grace Renz.
This is heat 5 of 7. So we got a strong start out of Kayla DeBrun from West De Pere. See if she can hang on. And your new best time of the day is Kayla DeBrun from West De Pere in the time of 13.13. Second in the heat is Julia Carson from Aguanago with 13.24. That puts them both first and second today.
Heat number 6. Lane 1, we have Peyton Eicher. Lane 2, Natalie Lopi. Lane 3, Ashanti Grace. Lane 4, Summer Grigg. Lane 5, Rebecca Stirs. Lane 6, Azuri Lawson. Lane 7, Asia Locke. And in lane 8, Anissa Barnett.
As we get closer here to the final heat, this event has 5 of the top 16 times in the state. So expect that to be, again, another competitive final heat.
We should be seeing some fast times here as we enter the final heats.
Strong finish from Natalie Lupi from New Berlin West. The time of 12.81. Peyton Eicher from Arrowhead came in second at 12.88. That moves them both into first and second thus far today.
Our final heat here features one freshman among a group of seniors, and that is Layla Pressendorfer in lane 8. Otherwise, in lane 1, we have McKenna Sadlek in lane 1. In lane 2, we have Taylor Moling. Lane 3, Laneja Norwood. Lane 4, Lola Kolawole. Lane 5, Lily Strong. Lane 6, Isabel Denny. Lane 7, Vanessa Ford. And in lane 8, Layla Pressendorfer.
Lola from Whitefish Bay currently holds the second fastest time in the state, the time of 12.14. And then Norwood from Pius is currently the 5th fastest time in the state at 12.38. So expect those two to be your favorites for this event and potentially taking a new time on the state leaderboard.
Explosive start from all of our athletes here.
That is Lola in lane 4 who's going to take the heat. We'll see what the final time is.
That was fast.
It appears to be very quick. It looks like she came in at 12.03 as an unofficial final time. That'll put her still in second, but it is a best time from the year for her. Isabel Denny from Bayport comes in second at 12.66. Lily Strong from Lodi would be third at 12.67. So those are your top 3 finishers from today's women's 100-meter dash.
Now we go to the boys 100 meter. In our first heat here, in lane 2 we have Noah Daniel, lane 3 Ryan Tomlinson, lane 4 Delano Craig, lane 5 Connor Chambers, lane 6 Rocky Duran, and lane 7 Colby Johnson.
So we do a quick update on the women's discus throw. Our current leader is Annika Castle from Wanakee with a result of 126.8. In second place is Piper Ebby from Germantown with 115.10. And then in third place is McKenna Sepik from Oconomowoc with 112.11. Looks like we got a very strong finish here out of lane 6. That's Rocky Duran from Fond du Lac with a final time of 11.40.
Up next, heat 2 of the boys 100, we have Andrew Jones in lane 1. In lane 2, we have Daquan Smith. Lane 3, Brady Sissick. Lane 4, Philip Johnson. Lane 5, Zaire Crom. Lane 6, Sean Parrish. And lane 7, John Crimes. And lane 8, Jackson Barksdale.
And an update on the boys shot put. Our current leader is Nathan Roy from Mugawanaga with a distance of 58.3 and a half. Second place is Matthew Roosh from Fond du Lac with 58.8 or 57.8. And then third place is Jackson Storts from Hartford Union with 52.4.
Some action in the girls' pole vault right now. We have 4 people tied at 11-6. That's Eliza Aitken, Campbell Roberts, Kendall Halen, and Hope Stengel. Tight race here. Looks like that is Zaire Chrome from Wauwatosa East in lane 5. He's going to take it. He wins with a time of 11.57.
Something to note about the men or the boys shot put. Nathan Roy, who was was 6th on the state honor roll, with his distance of 58.3 and a half, would move him up to 4th place on the state honor roll.
Number 3, we have lane 1, Benjamin Lindley. Lane 2, Ricky Franklin. Lane 3, Evan McCormick. Lane 4, Evan Herbig. Lane 5, Damian Romero. Lane 6, Sean O'Brien. Lane 7, Jackson Poucher. And lane 8, Nazario Gilliard. Appeared to be Jackson Pouchard who took that one.
Yep.
From Oconomowoc.
This time of 11.63 will put him in 3rd as of now. Sean O'Brien from Homestead with a time of 11.8 moves into 5th.
Heat number 4 here of the boys 100. In lane 1, we have Matthew Klutschkitz. Lane 2, Riley Werns. Lane 3, Jacob Seiner. Lane 4, Connor Doyle. Lane 5, Joseph Cannon. Lane 6, Drew Iden. Lane 7, Andre Pig Miles. And lane 8, Tyler Griffin. Jacob Seiner and Tyler Griffin are freshmen, and they're out here hanging with these upperclassmen, so we'll see what they can do against their more mature competition.
That appears to be the freshman from Arrowhead.
Jacob Steiner.
He's going to be the second fastest time today at a time of 11.44. Rocky Duran from Fond du Lac is still holding the top time at 11.40.
Jacob's going to be a stud in football.
Second place in that heat was Drew Eden at a time of 11.61. That'll put him in fourth as of now.
Our next heat, heat number 5, second to last heat. Lane 1, we have Sam Vargas. Lane 2, Armani Chu. And lane 3, Javangio Bynum. Lane 4, Calvin Mullins. Lane 5, Daryl Price. Lane 6, Keeney Parks. Lane 7, Carter Amerson. And lane 8, Aiden Groskeff. Looks like Keeney's going to come over here and see what he can do in the 100 before he gets back to dominating in the long jump. Sam Vargas in lane 1 is actually a two-sport athlete, and he currently plays baseball and runs track. Goes to 2 practices a day, or that could be a practice in a game, maybe a meet in a game. So, all-around athlete in lane 1.
Close group.
Very tight race here.
It's going to come down to the photo finish.
Wow.
Can't tell from the visual, but it looks like our winner in that heat was Calvin Mullins from Fond du Lac with a time of 11.41. That's the second fastest time today, only to his teammate Rocky Duran with a time of 11.40. Bynum from Martin Luther comes in second in the heat with a time of 11.42, moves himself into the third spot. Vargas from Arrowhead is a time of 11.45, puts him as the 5th time today.
Our final and fastest heat in lane 1, we have Garen Brandt. Lane 2, Ben Bohar. Lane 3, Cortez LeGrant. Lane 4, Nate White. Lane 5, Malachi Mack. Lane 6, Brett Shipley. Lane 7, Ben Lemerand. Lane 8, Daniel Van Dyke. We'll see if we can get someone to crack into the 10s here.
Yeah, Malachi Mack currently is your favorite. He's the 11th fastest time in the state honor roll. He's the only guy in his heat that's gone sub-11 this year. Brett Shipley has run 11.02. He'll be your second favorite.
They'll be fighting a strong headwind, too.
I expect this to be competitive, maybe not time-wise, but it'll be a close heat.
Holy smokes. Looks like it's going to be tight here.
Wow. Too close to talk.
Way too close to call.
Looks like our winner from that heat is going to be Daniel Van Dyke from Kaukauna with a time of 11.35. Second place was Brett Shipley from Bayport in 11.38. And then third in the heat was Cortez LeGrant with 11.47, but that isn't good enough to be in the top 5. He's going to be 8th today.
This is one of my favorite races of the entire night. This is our mixed 100-meter dash Special Olympics. In lane 1.
Final results from the boys 100. In first place, we have Daniel Van Dyke with 11.35. Second place, Brett Shipley with 11.38. Lane 3, Rocky Duran with 11.4. Fourth place, Calvin Mullins with 11.41. Fifth place, Giovanni Bynum with 11.42. Sixth place, Jacob Steiner with 11.44. Seventh place, Sam Vargas with 11.45. And 8th place, Cortez LeGrant with 11.47.
We'll start at 4:10. Girls triple jump, 4.
This is your men's, or this is actually just your mixed 100-meter dash. With a standing ovation from the crowd. Looks like your unofficial winner of the mixed 100-meter dash is going to be Drew Kluka with a time of 16.14. Second place, Andrew Gitloff with a time of 16.25. Max Marriott with a time of 16.52. Christian Misaklowski with a time of 16.59. Marvin Marriott with a time of 17.47. Dante Schmeckpepper with a time of 18.67. Randy True with a time of 19.78. And Tom Rice with a time of 19.96.
Next up, we've got the girls' mile. We have Lily Kreigel from Whitefish Bay, Zara Malloy Salgado from Middleton, Autumn Michalowski from Chequamegon, Charlize Trinity McKenzie from Cedarburg, Lily Fouts from Xavier, Maya Hartjace from University School of Milwaukee, Kate Weger from University Lake School, Meredith Rector from Medford area, Ann Straka from Arrowhead, Kate Schmoll from West De Pere, Tate Hag from Middleton, Bella Greiner from University School of Milwaukee, and Ella Hansen from Pewaukee.
Your favorites in this race are going to be Lily Fouts from Xavier. She's posted a time of 5:07.9 early this season. And then Kate Berger from University Lake School has gone 5:13.3. And Meredith Richter from Medford area has ran 5:16.2. So expect Lily Fouts to be your favorite, but a pretty tight bunch behind that. That's a clean start for the women's 1600. Expect someone to go out fast, the group to follow, and then everyone kind of settle into a pace.
As they enter the first 200 meters, looks like they're starting to string out. Moves for position we've made on this curve. We'll see if anything shakes up.
And we're coming into the first 400 meters of the women's 1600. Your current leader is Zyara Malloy Salgado from Middleton. She came in at 1:15.6. Second place is Lily Kreigel from Whitefish Bay, also at 1:15. Lily Fouts is sitting in 4th place right now, up in that lead group. I expect she makes a move around the 800-meter mark. 2:35 is a pretty quick first 400 here for these athletes. I'd expect that the pace doesn't get much faster here on this lap. And Salgado from Middleton is still leading at the 800-meter mark. She'll come through. I'm not getting updates from PT timing, but so Salgado from Middleton is going to come through the 800 at 2:33.8. And then Kreigel from Whitefish Bay is 2:34.0. Autumn Mikowski from Shagwamigan is sitting in third place, coming at the 800 at 2:34.3. And then Lily Fouts is still sitting in there, 2:36.3. She's only 3 seconds behind the leader. We have a move now up in the front. It looks like Mikowski from Shagwamigan is making a move to the lead, coming in at the 1,200-meter mark. Looks like it'll be Mikowski at 1,200 and 350. She's definitely making a statement right now. Salgado from Middleton at 351. Kreigel at 352. Mikowski is opening up a gap now on Salgado. Lily Kreigel is definitely losing gap or losing space on Salgado from Middleton. Looks like Autumn Mikowski is going to win this women's 1,600-meter dash. The question is, what is her time going to be? This is definitely a statement run.
Really strong kick coming in these last 50 meters.
Mikowski's going to win it. Salgado's going to get second. Autumn Mikowski broke the 5-minute mark. She ran 4:59.4. That's going to put her tied at the 5th best time in the state this year. Salgado ran 5:03.11, which would also put her in the 7th spot on the state honor roll. Lily Kreigel got 3rd in 5:09.2, putting her at the 11th spot in the state. So your official results for the women's 1,600-meter run is Autumn Mikowski from Shagwamigan in 4:59.4. Zyara Malloy Salgado from Middleton in 5:03.11. Lily Kreigel from Whitefish Bay, 5:09.2. Lily Fouts from Xavier in 5:12.18. Kate Beaker from University Lake School in 5:14.0. Meredith Richter, 5:14.4. Kate Schmall from West De Pere in 5:16.6. And Ella Hansen from Pewaukee in 5:25.2.
Next up is the boys' mile. We've got Eli Bopart, Zachariah Vance, Owen Bosley, Aaron Shimke, Hayden Treybold, Nash Merklin, Dylan Walker, Owen Clark, Ben Stricker, Tyler Moore, Logan Grotenhuis, Kyle Gergitz, Dominic Seihol, and Luke Wolf.
Your favorite in this event is Owen Bosley. He's currently has a time of 4:11.1. It's the best time in the state on the state honor roll. Dylan Walker from Germantown is the 10th fastest time on the state honor roll in 5:24.2. Ben Stricker from Fort Atkinson has ran 4:26.6, putting him at 15th on the honor roll. And Eli Bopart from Austin has ran 4:27.4, putting him at 19th. Clean start. Expect Owen to go off the front and set his pace. Looks to be a pretty bunched group right now. No one's really taking it. No one's really making a move yet. I'd expect somebody's going to do it here in the next couple hundred meters, unless they expect this to just be a kick. This is a pretty mellow pace for this type of a heat. Nobody seems to want to take it. Obviously, the favorite, Owen Bosley, sitting in third right now. They're going to come in the 400 mark at a relatively mild pace. Let's see what their time is. Looks like somebody's making a move off the front. Now Owen's going to go with him, match that pace. The pace has definitely picked up quite a bit. So the leader at the 400 mark ran a 1:10, which is 4:40 pace, which is the cutoff time for this meet. So expect this to be a negative split race. They definitely have turned on the heat now. Owen Bosley sitting in second. Owen's going to make his move to the front now. And your leader, now we have a new leader. Looks like Dylan Walker from Germantown came in the 800 at 2:17.2. I'd expect this pace goes down significantly faster here in the next 800 meters. Owen Bosley looks fairly comfortable in second place. This is still anybody's race. This is a big bunch right now. Anybody with a good kick can make this race theirs. Owen Bosley's going to move to the front. See if he turns on the burners now at the 1200 mark. This is where I expect he takes control of the race.
400 meters to go.
This is the point in the race where you're going to want to find a good position. Looks like we're getting a move coming on this back corner now. It's hard to tell from the booth who that is, but we'll get you a number when he comes around the corner. This is a tight pack for second and third. I believe Owen Bosley's going to have this one pretty handedly, but second and third, still a huge battle. Coming around, 200 to go. We got a battle now. Third and fourth place. Let's see who's going to come out in third. So Owen Bosley's going to be your winner. second place is going to be Eli Bopart from Mauston. So Owen Bosley runs 420.5. Eli Bopart 423.8. Owen Clark from Lakeland Union 424.9. Dylan Walker 424.7. Hayden Tribold from Oconomowoc 425.1. Tyler Moore from Sussex 427.1. Luke Wolf from Mugwanago 432. That'll round out your top 8. So Eli Bopart beat his previous best time of the year. He was 19th on the state honor roll and moved himself all the way up to 7th place on the state honor roll. Owen Clark from Lakeland Union moved himself into 8th or 9th place on the state honor roll. And Owen Bosley still holds the top spot on the state honor roll.
Next up, we've got the girls 4x200 meter relay. First heat, in lane 2, we have Pius Catholic. In lane 3, we have Sussex Hamilton. Lane 4, Oak Creek. Lane 5, Racine Horlick. Lane 6, Homestead. And lane 7, Wausau West. Strong start from everybody in the girls 4x2 here. Coming up on the first exchange.
Racine Horlick already making up the stagger in the first leg. Oak Creek coming back.
Oak Creek is absolutely flying around the curve. That's on. Yeah. Definitely got two front runners here.
It's always hard to tell on a 4x2 though.
It can be hard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now have our girls 1,600-meter run top place.
You think you're winning, but you just got the stagger.
If I had to guess, Pius Catholic is looking pretty decent right now.
See how these final exchanges go. The anchors will take over now.
In second place, with a time of 5 minutes, 3.11 seconds, out of Middleton, Syra Mallory Salgado.
Coming into the final stretch, it's looking like it's going to be Homestead with a big lead here, followed shortly by Wausau West. And then in third, lane 2, Pius Catholic.
So that was Homestead with the winning time of this heat at 1:48.81. Second, we have Wausau West, 1:49. Third, Pius Catholic with 1:51. Heat number 2 in lane 1, we have Wausau West containing Asia Scherer, Naomi Springfield, Addison Bott, and Kaylee Ramsey Howard. In lane 2, we have Milwaukee King, Nadia Ahmad, Terry McBride, Cree Elsie, and Caden Harris. And in lane 3, we have Sun Prairie East with Alexa Wernson, Kiara Place, Kaya Gassner, Audrey Seafeld. In lane 4, we have Oconomowoc with Caitlin Ballet, Ellison Samborski, Jordan Haney, and Caitlin Hodgins. Lane 5 is Kimberly with Katherine Johnson, Cadence Wadle, Carly Poggeman, Haley Stannard. Lane 6 is New Berlin West with Ashley Babcock, Tasha Davis, Rachel Lupi, and Natalie Lupi. Lane 7 is Kettle Moraine with Caitlin Blawat, Keegan Loads, Delaney Eldridge, and Hannah Stark. And finally in lane 8, Franklin with Josie Greats, Mayara Sullivan, Lily Julka, and Bella Cardinali.
And looks like we're off to a clean start.
Looks like lane 2, Milwaukee King will not be running in this girls 4x2.
Lane 7, Kettle Moraine taking initiative on that first leg here, already making up the stagger.
Lane 7, Kettle Moraine just flying around the curve.
Lane 4, Oconomowoc also looking strong through the first 2 legs.
Second exchange here.
Looks just about even. Ooh, little shaky on that handoff for Kettle Moraine. Coming down the backstretch here, Sun Prairie East making a move. Coming down to the final 150 meters. It's looking like we're going to have a competitive race. Final stretch here, we have Ocon, followed closely by Sun Prairie East and Kimberly in third at the moment. It looks like it might stay that way. Can't tell from my angle, but it looks like Wauwatosa West might have pulled it out for third right at the end there. Yep. For Heat 2, we had Oconomowoc winning with 146.13. Second place, Sun Prairie East with 146.76. And third place, Kimberly, 147.30. Alrighty, in our final heat of the girls 4x2, in lane 1, we have Indian Trail Academy with Gianna Harris, Amaya Houston, Alyssa Taylor, and Vivian Jones. In lane 2, we have Nicolay with Sydney Griffin, Angela Dale, Olivia Thiessen, and Mackenzie Stacy. In lane 3, we have Bayport with Navia Johnson, McKenna Sedluck, Madeline Thorson, and Isabel Denny. In lane 4, we have West Appear with Kayla DeBruin, Erica Okola, Jocelyn Thompson, and Eliza Aitken. In lane 5, we have Arrowhead with Peyton Eicher, Avery Bott, Giselle Hudgett, and Emily Groff. In lane 6, we have Fall Creek with Jenna Anders, Elena Sanfilippo, Rebecca Struz, and Samantha Ban. In lane 7, we have On Alaska with Isabella Gutierrez, Taylor Malling, Isabella Malik, and Ali Thomas. In lane 8, we have Layla Presendorfer, Julia Carson, Olivia Carey, and Katie McLaughlin. And that'll round out our final heat of the girls 4x2.
This group of Arrowhead girls making up their 4x2 is made up entirely of underclassmen, including 3 freshmen. Those underclassmen girls are making a huge statement this season. Definitely shows a promising future for Arrowhead girls track.
Looking pretty even on the stagger. Oh my gosh, 100 meters in. What lane is that? Is that Arrowhead?
Lane 5 or 6, I believe. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's lane 5, Arrowhead, making up a huge stagger.
Going into the second exchange. Looks like Arrowhead, Ocon, and maybe Bayport.
See how the curve treats these teams.
West Appear is getting a good leg out of their third runner.
It's going to be really tight coming into this final exchange.
Arrowhead's got a lot of work to do on the curve, but West Appear pulling a little bit. Coming on the inside, it looks like Indy, 1, 2, 3. Looks like Bayport. Coming into the final stretch, West Appear pulling away with it. Bayport trying to run her down. Arrowhead solidly in third.
Really strong finish from West Appear.
Looks like that's how it's going to end up.
West Appear wins with a time of 1:43.65. And second is Bayport with 144.36. And third is Arrowhead with 145.14. Currently in lane 2, we have Pius. Lane 3, New Berlin West. Lane 4, Kenosha Bradford. Lane 5, Shorewood. Lane 6, Milwaukee Riverside for this first heat of the boys 200-meter relay.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the award stand, we now have our boys pole vault champions of the world. In third place with a vault of 14 feet out of Muskego is Caleb Moore.
Looks like at the first exchange, it is Milwaukee Riverside and Shorewood at about the same time.
New Berlin West making up serious ground.
Second exchange looking like, oh, New Berlin
And
West,
we
and then a
have it.
fall for Milwaukee Riverside.
Hopefully he's
Hope
all right.
okay. Luckily for Milwaukee Riverside, I believe the baton stayed in the lane, so they're not DQ'd, but major setback. Coming into the anchor leg here.
New Berlin West coming strong here on the final
It's a
turn.
race for second, though. Looks to me like just barely Kenosha Bradford edged them out. We'll see here in a second when the official comes through.
New Berlin West wins the time of 1:34. Second is Kenosha Bradford with 1:35.79. And third is Pius Catholic with 1:35.91.
In Heat 2 of the men's 4x2, we have Oak Creek in lane 1 with Isaiah Daniel, Gavin Schilling, Noah Daniel, and Bodie Wettengle. In lane 2, we have Wauwatosa West with Kevin Jonkin, Chris Frottenberry, Nicholas Barnes, and Moses Long. In lane 3, we have Franklin with Terrence Shelton, Jackus Brooks, Landon Harris, and Jackson Widmer. In lane 4, we have Nicolay with Mason Whitley, Clennis Rasco, Aziz Ashur, and Tyler Griffin. In lane 5, we have Green Bay Preble with Sheldon John Baptiste, Derek Metz, Hu Shi Vang, and Nate Nelson. In lane 6, we have Wausau West with Axel Mailer, Marcus McDonald, Garrett Gogger, and Carter Emerson. In lane 7, we have Wanakee with Brady Shizek, Benjamin Lindley, Jake Bova, and Aiden Gallus. And finally, in lane 8, we have Oconomowoc with Andrew Merrick, Cole Schwefel, Caden Oppold, and Aaron Cloth.
This is heat 2 of 4 of the men's 4x2 meter relay, 4x200 meter relay.
And we're off.
Strong start from everybody in the boys 4x2.
Coming up on the first.
Looks like Franklin is making up some ground on that first straight, going into the first handoff.
Green Bay Preble kind of running in a void here. No one close behind him, no one close in front of him. Look to me at the handoff that Franklin might have the lead. And as soon as I say that, on the inside of him, Wauwatosa West makes up the stagger.
Looks like Franklin's going to fight back on this straight. He's got cruise control on.
It's a strong second half of that 200.
Yes, it is.
Coming into the final leg here. I think we got 3 or 4 teams in this still.
Very close still.
Coming into the straight here, we get to see where it's panning out.
Looks like lane 7, Wanakee is in the lead. With Wausau West short behind him. Then Franklin. And then Tosa West.
Very strong finish. Ooh, wow. And in first place for that heat, we have Wanakee with 131.52. In second, we have Wausau West with 131.79. And in third, we have Franklin with 132.01. You can do it.
We've got heat 3 of the boys 4x2. Lane 1, we have Sussex Hamilton with Wes Olson, Jordan Free, Owen Tedding, and Carson Clark. Lane 2, we have Fond du Lac with Easton Jones, Rocky Duran, Jacob Haller, and Calvin Mullins. Lane 3, Wauwatosa East with James Gilmore, Sheridan Joseph, Alexander Williams, and Simon Kurans. Lane 4 is Homestead with Jet Stilts, Drew Wilson, Lucas Mursky, and Sal Ballesteri. Lane 5 is West Appear with Jacob Breyer, Brock Story, Eli Olson, and Ben Lemerand. Lane 6 contains Hartford Union, made up of Brady Kukler, Jacob Bauer, Dominic Cifaldi, and Aaron Cummings. Lane 7 is Indian Trail Academy with Edward Jones, Ian Hetrick, Logan Zwexy, and Dayton Dahlquist. Lane 8, Milwaukee King with Nathaniel Curry, Joseph Cannon, George Dankwa, and Nate White. Drew Wilson for Homestead and Nate White from Milwaukee King are both D1 football recruits. Nate White will be going to Wisconsin to play running back, and Drew Wilson will be playing linebacker at Minnesota.
The time to beat right now is Wanakee with a 131.52. Weather's getting nicer and nicer. And we're out.
The wind here in Hartland has calmed down quite a bit, and the sun is beginning to come out. Hopefully, we can enjoy some nice weather before the showers tonight. Lanes 7, 6, and 5 are all close, and it looks like West Appear is going to take off after this handoff.
That's a really strong leg for West Appear.
See if he can keep it going during the final stretch. It's being approached by Indian Trail.
Yeah, West Appear in the lead at the handoff. His teammates have set him up really well, but coming on the inside here, we have someone who is flying.
That's lane 4, Homestead.
Looks like West Appear is going to be able to hold on, though. Really strong back end.
Not even close there. West Appear comes in with a 130.52 in first place. In second place is Homestead with 131.69, and in third place is Fond du Lac with 132.42. We should be seeing all times that smash these current standings in the final heat. Heat 4 contains in lane 1 Sun Prairie East with Connor Stauff, John McLean, Jay Stoltz, and Cortez LeGrant. Lane 2, McGuanago with Trevor Boucher, Evan Herbig, Owen Kilton, and Mason Kelly. Lane 3 has Arrowhead with Noah Ledvina, Kyle Yonke, Brandon Varner, and Sam Vargas. Lane 4 has Kimberly with Alejandro Pagan Vega, Jack Scherber, Drew Iden, and Jack Statz. Lane 5 is Bayport with Brett Shipley, Brody Hawinski, Mason Clark, and Blake Butchinger. Lane 6 is Pewaukee with Jack Cisezwa, Ryan Borkman, Nick Borkman, and Luke Halpert. Lane 7 on Alaska with Casey Barth, Zachariah Fink, Gavin Ridge, Braden Burke. Lane 8 is Janesville Parker with Caden Brandenburg, Jonathan Iguigua, and Avery Eastman, and Paul Kim.
And we're off.
Kimberly is currently number 1 on our honor roll according to our records, and then Arrowhead is 3rd, Mugwanago 4th, Pewaukee 5th, and Onalaska 6th. So this heat features some really good competition.
Looking pretty even here. Looks like in lane 6 we have Pewaukee pulling ahead a little bit on the stagger. Also here in lane 4 we have
That's Kimberly. The 4x2 is a great indicator of how good your sprinters are. If you can put your best athletes in the 4x2 and they kick butt, you know you've got a good balanced group.
Kimberly really looking like they're pulling away with this at the moment. Coming into the final stretch.
Kimberly far in front. Arrowhead making up space
On the inside there.
curve. And looks like it's going to be a fight for second behind Kimberly between Arrowhead, Bayport, and Pewaukee.
Bayport pulling ahead of Arrowhead here right at the end. See if we can lead them out.
And Kimberly's going to take that one.
127.64 from Kimberly, shattering 3 seconds faster than the winner from the last heat. 128.88 from Bayport in second, and 129.11 from Arrowhead, completely shifting the top leaderboards. According to our records, Kimberly actually just beat their previous time that had them in first.
So that puts Kimberly as the fastest 4x2 team in the state with a time of 127.64.
Bayport moving into the second fastest time with a 128.89. Arrowhead staying in third but improving on their time. And it looks like Pewaukee will move into fourth over Mugwanago with a 129.35 for the state.
Next up, we've got the mixed 400 meters, featuring in lane 4, Daniel Nels from West Appear, and in lane 5, Gianni Quintero from Marquette.
And we're off here, the mixed 400.
To give a quick update from the field, at boys shot put is complete. Our first place winner is Matthew Roush from Fond du Lac with a throw of 59 feet and 10 inches. Second is Nathan Roy from Mugwanago with a throw of 58, 3.5 inches. And in third is Jackson Storts from Hartford Union with a throw of 52 feet and 4 inches.
Coming back to the track here, Gianni Quintero off to a big lead over his competitor in Daniel Nels. Daniel Nels showing a strong back end though.
Some results from the girls' discus. Currently still being finalized, but currently it's looking like first place is going to be Annika Cassell from Wanakee with a throw of 126 feet and 8 inches. Second is Ava Albrecht from Homestead with a throw of 125 feet and 1 inch. And third is going to be Piper Ebi from Germantown with a throw of 115 feet and 10 inches.
In Heat 1 of the girls 400-meter dash, we have Anastasia Marich from University School Milwaukee. In Lane 2, we have Ayamide Adini from Milwaukee Lutheran. In Lane 3, we have Claire Reedy from Germantown. In Lane 4, we have Carly Ebeling from Bayport. And in Lane 5, we have Amanda Van Kalster from Green Bay Pebble. In Lane 6, we have Molly Madsen from Oconomowoc. And in Lane 7, we have Natalie Fernald from Cedarburg. And we're getting set up in the blocks here.
Some more results from the field. The boys' long jump has been finalized, and our battle between running backs goes to Keeney Parks, who wins first place with a jump of 22 feet and 9 inches. Second, Nate White with a jump of 22 feet and 5 inches. And in third place, Mason Clark with a jump of 21 feet and 11 inches.
Coming into the final stretch here, it looks like we have Lane 2 in the lead. That would be Ayamide Anidini. Oh, and coming past her on the outside is Claire Reedy from Germantown, finishing really strong. It's going to be a battle for second place as 4 people are about to cross the line at the same time. First place for that first heat is going to be Claire Reedy with a time of 103.16. In second, Anastasia Marich with 104.26. And in third, holding on, was Ayamide Adenia with a time of 104.30.
Second heat here. In lane 1, we've got Lauren Mistel from Pewaukee. Lane 2, we have Nadia Ahmad from Milwaukee King. Lane 3, May Shuing from DSHA. Lane 4, Bella Sams from Arrowhead. Lane 5, Jayla Peterson from Milwaukee King. Lane 6, Jessica Bristol from Middleton. Lane 7, Bryn Lauders from Kettle Moraine. And in Lane 8, Sophia Nelson from Nicolay.
Arrowhead out strong right at the beginning there. That is Bella Sams in lane 4, followed closely on the inside by May Shuing.
Looks like it's going to be May Shuing from DSHA. She's being contested, however, by Sophia Nelson from Nicolay. Tight finish here. That one's going to go to Bryn Lauders from Kettle Moraine. The time of 103.05.
Followed closely by May Schuing with a 103.09, and then third, Bella Sams, 103.38. Very close finish. In Heat 3 of the girls' 400-meter dash, we have Hannah Smith from Franklin in lane 1, Grace Hackle from Xavier in lane 2, Martha Mitchell from Whitefish Bay in lane 3, Avery Peterson from Cedarburg in lane 4, Stephanie Anderson from Wauwatosa East in lane 5, Avery Tiller from Middleton in lane 6, Grace Renz from Xavier in lane 7, and Carly Malnow from Lake Country Lutheran in lane 8.
Before we begin here, we have results from the girls' high jump. In first place is Kyla Saleh from Wanakee with a jump of 5 feet 6 inches, followed by second place Sylvie Zonk from Sussex Hamilton with a jump of 5 feet 4 inches, and in third place Jennifer Lusage from Green Bay Preble with a jump of 5.2.
Looked to me like we had two people using no blocks in both lane 1 and lane 8, being Hannah Smith and Carly Malnow. Carly Malnow is out pretty hot in lane 8, but plenty of room left to make up.
We're going to have another close finish here. Avery Peterson takes that one with a time of 102. Second is Stephanie Anderson with a 102.65. And in third is Carly Malnow from Lake Country Lutheran with a time of 102.74. So very, very, very close for that second place spot. Grace Renz also ran 102.74. Lane 2, Sophia Ferguson. And Cherish Nora. Looks like Cherish is going to take this one in lane 4. The time of 1 minute, 1 second.
This is heat 5 of the girls 400-meter dash. Lane 1 from Arrowhead is Emma Ratchey. Lane 2, Asalia White-Williams from Martin Luther. Lane 3, Caroline Garavak from New Berlin West. In lane 4, Grace Ortman from Homestead. In lane 5, Emily Berger from Wanakee. Lane 6, Grace Kern from Lakeland Union. Lane 7, Emily Sorensen from Fall Creek. And in lane 8, Lily Hoytnick from Sussex Hamilton.
Really bunched up here, going 200 meters left in the race. It's looking like lane 3. Caroline Jarovac might have the lead at the moment, but here comes inside Arrowhead, Emma Rathe. It's going to be a race.
She hold off lane 6. It's going to be a photo finish there.
And we're waiting on the official result.
Yeah.
Grace Kern in first with a 1 minute flat .73. Emily Ratchey in second with a 1 minute .89. And in third, we have Caroline Jarovac with a 101.59.
Well, Grace Kern's 107 or 1007 would put her right in that top 25 on the state honor roll right now.
That also is the fastest time on the day going into the final heat of the women's 400. So that 1 minute .73 is the time to beat.
In this heat, we have 2 of the top 5 athletes on the state honor roll. It'd be Dalia Martins from Shorewood and Trinity McKenzie from Cedarburg. Both are in the top 5. Our lane assignments for this heat are in lane 1, Faith Kibbe from West De Pere, Harper Brandenburg from Janesville Parker, Taylor Timish from Arrowhead, Delia Martins from Shorewood, Charlie Trinity McKenzie from Cedarburg, Angelica Raffinci from Muskego, Nadia Phillips from Wauwatosa East, and Michaela Karkoff from Onalaska.
Leah Martin's taking this 200 out faster than anyone else has today.
She is the favorite.
She's able to hold on to that back end.
Delia Martin's.
Might be too big of a gap for anyone to catch up, even if she dies out.
That is a large gap. Her posted time in the state honor roll is 56.95. That looks to be in. She could break that today.
Frankly, it doesn't even look like she's dying out.
Second place is Arrowhead's Taylor Thimish. See what the final time is, but that could be the top time of the year.
If someone has lost a debit card from Fifth West, come to the finish line. Fifth West debit card.
We're waiting on the official results here.
400-meter dash. In lane
Wow, a 56 flat from Delia Martins, absolutely shattering the 1 minute time that she had to break in order to get first. 57.56 out of Taylor Timish from Arrowhead to get second, and a 58.06 from Charlize Trinity McKenzie to get third.
So Delia Martin's 56.00 will put her in second place on the state honor roll.
In our first heat of the boys 400-meter dash, we have Nolan Marks from Kimberly in lane 3. We have Cameron Ozier from Racine Park in lane 4. And in lane 5, we have Sean Gregg II from Arrowhead. Coming around the second turn here, it looks like Sean Gregg and Cameron Ozier right next to each other, battling it out into the final 100 meters. Cameron Ozier pulling away here at the end. Looking like it's going to turn out to be Cameron Ozier in first, Sean Gregg II in second, and Nolan Marks in third for that first heat.
Ozier's going to go 52.8 for the winning time in the heat.
Sean Gregg coming through in a 53.58, and Nolan Marks in a 55.2.
coming up.
In Heat 2 of the men's 400-meter dash, in Lane 2, we have Grant Long from Fond du Lac. In Lane 3, Jack McCauley from Whitefish Bay. In Lane 4, Evan Bertrand from South Milwaukee. In Lane 5, Jaden Alvarado Jones from Milwaukee King. In Lane 6, Joa Doyle from Sussex Hamilton. In Lane 7, Connor Goodman from West Appear.
Seems to be Joa Doyle with the early lead from Sussex Hamilton.
Coming up on the inside, though, we have lanes 2 and 3, Grant Long and Jack McCauley putting on a strong showing. Coming into the final 100 meters here. Across the board.
Charlie from Cedarburg. The 400 girls are waiting for you.
Looks to me like we have Jaden pulling away, followed right by Jack McCauley, and then looked like Grant Long. Yeah, Jaden with a 53.02, followed by Jack McCauley, 53.56, and then Grant Long with a 53.94 for our top 3 for Heat 2.
And it looks like we have a clean start. Looks like Ethan Van Pinsker from Oak Creek has the early lead. See how he holds up in this final stretch.
He's killing it. Yep, it is a lock. Ethan Van Pinsker. Unless I jinxed him. Nope. Ethan Van Pinsker getting first for that heat with a 51.25. In second, we have Hayden Coppersmith with a 53.21. And in third, from Aguanago, we have Owen Kilton.
Van Pinsker's 51.25 is going to actually put him in the top 25 on the state honor roll. And this isn't even the final heat.
In fact, we have 3 more heats.
This 400 is the premier event today. There's multiple guys that are in the top 25. The fastest in the state on the state honor roll is here. The top 2 actually are here.
For Heat 4, in Lane 1, we have Sam McKellis from Arrowhead. In Lane 2, we have Trevor Buchanan from Waterford Union. In Lane 3, Elijah Janversitz from New Berlin West. In Lane 4, Kieran Schindler from Martin Luther. In Lane 5, Connor Gilbert from Indian Trail Academy. In Lane 6, Sam Ortner from Wauwatosa East. In Lane 7, Isaiah Jackal from Wanakee. And in Lane 8, Mason Rybolt from Aguanago.
Got a tight bunch here coming to the final corner. We'll see who comes off this corner in the lead.
Really strong finish here from Kieran Schindler. Looks like he'll take it. Followed closely by Mason Reibolt in second. It looked like, yep. Kieran Schindler winning that heat with a 52.03. In second place, Mason Reibolt with a 52.10. In third, we have Connor Gilbert with a 52.37.
Schindler and Reibolt will move into second and third place overall so far today. Van Pinsker's time stands from the previous heat.
I imagine that might change.
I would imagine this heat it'll probably change, yes.
And we're off.
Lane 1, we have Gabriel Osen from Oak Creek, Charlie Roz from Green Bay Preble in lane 2, Jason Cull from Germantown in lane 3, Harrison Cull lane 4, Kamari McFarland lane 5, Eric Rocha lane 6, Justice Bates lane 7, and Julian Romano from Waukesha North in lane 8. Keep in mind
Battle at the front here.
keep in mind this is the second to last heat, and we're going to see some fast times in this heat.
Coming into the final stretch here, that is Oconomowoc Harrison Cull in the lead in lane 4. Followed very closely on the outside by his friend Kamari McFarland from Racine Horlick.
Looks like McFarland's going to catch him.
Third. Oh, maybe.
McFarland's going to win it. Out of lane 5.
1, 2, 3. What is it going to be? 50.34 from Kamari McFarland. 50.44 in second for Harrison Cull. And in third, we have Gabriel Olson. 50.66. It is of note, Gabriel is a freshman.
Yeah, McFarland's
0.6
50.
as a freshman. That's impressive.
Yeah, McFarland's that moves him into the 11th or 12th spot in the state. So that is no slouch of a time. And remember, there's still one other heat with 8 guys to go.
This is the heat everyone's been waiting for. Heat 6 of the men's 400 at the Myrhum. In lane 1, we have Judah Hammond from Kakana. In lane 2, we have Jacob Fink from Arrowhead. In lane 3, Bryce Smith from West Appear. Lane 4, Nathan Cumberbatch from Shorewood. Lane 5, Andrew Regenier from Wanakee. In lane 6, Trent Euler from Brookfield East. In lane 7, Givangio Bynum from Martin Luther. And in lane 8, Sam DeLiberter from Shorewood.
Cumberbatch and Ragnar are the 2 top times in the state. 48.2 is the time to beat to make number 1 spot on the state honor roll. This is going to be a battle. It appears to be Cumberbatch taking the lead, but Andrew is fighting his way back.
Right at the end here, it's going to be
Photo finish.
Looked to me like it was Andrew. I was right. Woo, 47.51 and 47.57 from Andrew, and then Nathan followed closely behind by Trent Euler at the 48.69. We just had 5 people go under 50, 3 people go under 49, and 2 just went under 48.
So they Nathan Cumberbatch and Andrew Ragnar from Wanakee stay 1-2 on the state honor roll. But Trent Euler from Brookfield East, 48.69, would put him in the 4th spot on the state honor roll. So that was a very impressive final heat for the 400-meter dash. So in lane 1, we have Sun Prairie East, lane 2, Janesville Parker, lane 3, Kimberly, lane 4, Wausau West, lane 5, Wauwatosa West, lane 6, Milwaukee Riverside. I believe Sun Prairie East has the top time of the state this year on the honor roll at 43.25. So we'll see if that stands.
And our winner for Heat 1, Wauwatosa West, with a time of 51:38. Followed closely by Kimberly in second with 51:73, and in third, Wausau West with 51:89.
Correction.
Boys teams I could be here.
Correction. The fastest time on the women's honor roll is Skigo, who is not here today with 49.1. That Sun Prairie East was the men's time. In lane 1, we have Oak Creek. Lane 2, Kettle Moraine. Lane 3, Onalaska. Lane 4, New Berlin West. Lane 5, Mugwanago. Lane 6, Pius Catholic. Lane 7, Nicolay. And Lane 8, Fall Creek. So like we all have clean exchanges on the second exchange.
The final exchange here. Lane 6 or lane 5.
Yeah, so your winner will be Mugwanago in 49.6, Onalaska in 50.48, and Nicolay in 50.70.
In the final heat of the girls 4x1, in lane 1 we have Oconomowoc. In lane 2, West Appear. In lane 3, Milwaukee King. In lane 4, Bayport. In lane 5, Arrowhead. In lane 6, Homestead. In lane 7, Indian Trail Academy. And in lane 8, we have Sussex Hamilton.
This is the final heat of the 4x1. Bayport, Arrowhead, Milwaukee King, and Indian Trail Academy are all in the top 5 on the state honor roll. All of them are at 50.0 or faster. We'll see if any of those times can fall. Anyone can move up on the honor roll today. Mugwanago in the previous heats, 49.67, would make them the second fastest team in the state this year. So we'll see what these teams in this heat can do to match that.
Looking like a competitive race coming into the final leg here.
Looks pretty tied up at that final exchange. We'll see who pulls away. It looks like Bayport.
Bayport killing, flying this final leg. Another great leg from looks like Homestead.
Bayport will take it. West Appear maybe second.
West Appears second. I think whatever's lane 1 was third. 48.5 for Bayport.
So that will be the top time in the state on the honor roll.
49.38 in second for West Appear. In third, Homestead with a 49.48.
West Appear's 49.3 would also put them as the second fastest time in the year. And Homestead's 49.48 would put them in the third, probably the fourth spot on the state honor roll. Now we're moving on to the men's 4x1. Heat 1, we're going to have Wausau West, Hartford Union, and Milwaukee Riverside in lanes 3, 4, and 5. Milwaukee Riverside will get their exchange first. We'll see if they can hold on to that lead.
Here we go, coming into the final leg.
Looks to be pretty tied up.
Milwaukee Riverside with the lead. Coming into the final stretch here. Followed by, it looks like Wausau West in second, and then Hartford Union in third for our first heat.
And the time to beat from this heat is 44.52 out of Milwaukee Riverside.
In Heat 2 of the boys 4x100 meter relay, in lane 1, we have the University School of Milwaukee. In lane 2, we have Wanakee. In lane 3, we have Onalaska. In lane 4, we have Sussex Hamilton. In lane 5, we have Nicolay. In lane 6, we have Milwaukee King. In lane 7, we have Whitefish Bay. And in lane 8, we have Shorewood.
Last call for boys 300 hurdles. Last call, boys 300 hurdles.
clean start in the first leg. See how those exchanges go.
Than some guy that plays in the NFL. Write that down. All right. In third place, a sophomore running 48.69 seconds out of Brookfield East, Trent Euler. In second place, a nationally ranked 800-meter dash runner, former meet record holder with a time of 47.56.
Onalaska is going to take the lead here.
Handedly.
Let's see what that battle for second is going to look like. Looks like Wanakee's going to come in second.
Champion on the day, another nationally ranked 800-meter runner, a national champion in the 400 hurdles with a time of 47.
And your winner of that heat is Onalaska in 44.2. That is a very quick time out of that heat. Wanakee in second at 45.2. University School of Milwaukee, 45.5 is third in the heat. Onalaska now has the time to beat. Wanakee is now fourth.
In our third heat of the men's 4x100 meter relay, in lane 1 we have Marquette. In lane 2, Indian Trail Academy. In lane 3, Homestead. In lane 4, Wauwatosa East. In lane 5, Oconomowoc. In lane 6, Wauwatosa West. In lane 7, Franklin. And in lane 8, we have Green Bay Preble.
Onalaska's 44.2 would put them just inside or tied with that top 25 in the state honor roll. And that's out of the second heat. You still have two more here in the 4x1.
We have some early leaders here with what looks like lane 4 and 5, Wauwatosa East and Oconomowoc. We might be switching that up here coming into the final leg of the relay.
See what time they can put up. Wauwatosa East and Oconomowoc are in the top 25 in the state honor roll.
Ocon has the lead, but is getting chased down here by Wauwatosa. Looks like he'll hold on, though. Ocon, Wauwatosa East, and then it...
Homestead?
Homestead?
I think that was Homestead. Yep. Oconomowoc went 42.9. It's the new top time of the day. Wauwatosa East, 43.2. Second, Homestead, 43.4. Puts them in third on the day. Oconomowoc's 42.9 would put them as the fastest time run thus far this year. So we'll see what this last heat can bring us.
In Heat 4 and our final heat of the men's 4x1. In Lane 1, we have Janesville Parker. In Lane 2, we have Pewaukee. In Lane 3, we have Arrowhead. In Lane 4, we have Sun Prairie East. In Lane 5, we have Maguanago. In Lane 6, we have Kimberly. In Lane 7, we have Bayport. And in Lane 8, we have West Appear. So in the previous heat, we had a new best time in the state for this year, and we still have another heat.
And we have a clean start in the final heat of the men's 4x1. Good first exchange.
Staying pretty even here. There's a little bit of a gap between 3 and 4.
Yeah, we'll see how things shake out here on this corner.
Hard to tell until you get to the straight. Looking like lane 6 is in the lead. Lane 6 being Kimberly, followed very closely behind by Sun Prairie East and Pewaukee. It looks like Kimberly, Sun Prairie East, Pewaukee. That's my guess.
So Kimberly just went 42.39, which is the top time of the day. Sun Prairie East's 42.66 is good enough for second. Pewaukee's 42.66 as well. We'll put them in third. Iguanago's 42.7. We'll put them in fourth. The top 4 teams in that heat ran the 4 fastest times in the state this year. Kimberly is now your new state leader at 42.39.
That's pretty quick. In lane 1 of the girls' 300-meter medium hurdles. In lane 2, we have Bella Cardinale from Franklin. In lane 3, we have Helena Menzel from Lake Country Lutheran. In lane 4, we have Gracie Martin from Fall Creek. In lane 5, we have Anna Dougherty from Fall Creek. And in lane 6, we have Madeline Harton from DSHA.
And we're off with the first heat of the girls' 300-meter hurdles. Looks like it's a pretty even race right now for first. We'll see how they do on the corner here. Looks like our leader right now is Anna Dotery from Fall Creek, a sophomore. Let's see if Menzel from Lake Country Lutheran can close the gap here at the final hurdle. Looks like Dotery's going to hang on. The final time of 50.94 is your winner of the heat.
In Heat 2 of the women's 300, we have in Lane 1, Emma Keetle from Lake Country Lutheran. In Lane 2, Mary Jarovac from New Berlin West. In Lane 3, we have Emily Lentz from South Milwaukee. In Lane 4, we have Addison Reimer from Lake Country Lutheran. In Lane 5, we have Sophia Legalbo from Homestead. In Lane 6, we have Grace Hackle from Xavier. And in Lane 7, we have Morgan Cardenas from Oconomowoc. And in Lane 8, we have Abby Knudsen from Indian Trail Academy.
Looks like lane 1 right now might be our leader. That would be Emma Keitel from Lake Country Lutheran, a sophomore. See if she can hang on. Got a nice battle for second here. Lane 3, Emily Lentz from South Milwaukee made a late surge there to get second. See what the final times are here. Your new leader in the girls 300-meter hurdles is Emma Keitel from Lake Country Lutheran with a time of 49.42. Emily Lentz from South Milwaukee will have the third fastest time thus far in 50.98.
In Heat 3 of the girls' 300-meter hurdles, in Lane 1, we have Naima Keith from Pius Catholic. In Lane 2, we have Lily Jolka from Addie Bauman. In Lane 3, we have Addie Bauman from Arrowhead. In Lane 4, we have Julia Gaskin from Homestead. In Lane 5, we have Trinity Wallendal from Fond du Lac. In Lane 6, we have Jeannie Pham from Franklin. And in Lane 7, we have Macy Beeble from Bayport. And in Lane 8, we have Ali Zulki from West De Pere.
Anyone, 2, rear, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4,
got a nice start here. This is heat number 3 of 5. Your current leader is lane 5,
Late surge here.
Trinity Waldall, but looks like she's going to hang on. Wallendal from Fond du Lac. Trinity Wallendal from Fond du Lac just went 49.02, top time of the day. Addie Bauman from Arrowhead is now the 3rd fastest time of the day in 49.49.
Second fastest.
Jeannie Pham from Franklin is your 4th fastest time of the day in 49.55.
In heat 4 of the girls' 300-meter hurdles, we have Lily Jerzadas in lane 1 from Whitefish Bay. In lane 2, we have Jenna Rush from Cedarburg. In lane 3, we have Lauren Graham from Nicolet. In lane 4, we have Ellie Drews from West De Pere. In lane 5, we have Madison Wayenberg from Kimberly. In lane 6, we have Alexa Warnson from Sun Prairie East. In lane 7, we have Ella Stevens from Onalaska. And in lane 8, we have Bree Eckerman from Moutson.
Looks like your early leader is Ella Stevens, potentially, from Onalaska. Alexa Warnson from Sun Prairie East seems to be your current leader. Got a nice battle between Ellie Drews and Alexa Warnson. Looks like your winner is going to be Ellie Drews from West De Pere. Let's see what that final time is.
She was followed closely by Lauren Graham from Nicolet.
So your new leader is Ellie Drews with a time of 47.71, and Lauren Graham from Nicolet with 48.34. And third is Madison Wayenberg from Kimberly with a time of 48.83. All 5 of the top 5 in this heat move into the top 5 spots in this event with 1 heat remaining.
In the final heat of the girls' 300-meter hurdles, in lane 1, we have Miranda Winkler from Kimberly. In lane 2, we have Cayman Phillips from Shorewood. In lane 3, we have Allie Thomas from Onalaska. In lane 4, we have Ava Brandenburg from Homestead. In lane 5, we have Kyla Hendricks from Bayport. In lane 6, we have Rachel Kleinhans from Arrowhead. In lane 7, we have Vivian Jones from Indian Trail Academy. And finally, in lane 8, we have Emma Eilertson from Mugwanago.
Kyla Hendricks is your favorite in this event. She is currently 2nd on the state honor roll with a time of 45.21. And Eva Brandenburg from Homestead is close behind her as the 4th time with a 46.06. So we expect those two to battle it out here, see if they can move up on the leaderboard. Brandenburg has the lead right now, but Hendricks is close behind. Let's see what happens in the last 2 hurdles here. Brandenburg.
A sprint after the hurdle here.
Late surge from Kleinhans. I think
I think
Rachel
Kleinhans
Kleinhans just
got
won
it.
that. Yes.
Yeah, 45.77, winning the day. Followed closely by Kyla Hendricks, 46.00, and Ava Brandenburg, 46.13, taking the top 3 spots for the day.
Kleinhan's 45.77 will move her at 4th on the state honor roll.
800-meter relay. First call, boys.
In heat 1 of the boys 300-meter hurdles, we have in lane 1 Mason Henschel from Fond du Lac. In lane 2, Aaron Cloth from Oconomowoc. In lane 3, Zachary Fink from Onalaska. In lane 4, Brody Rip from Lodi. In lane 5, Usher Williams from Milwaukee King. In lane 6, Davion Hayes from Wauwatosa East. And in lane 7, Noah Sigmund from Green Bay Preble. Strong race from all athletes so far. In the lead coming down the final stretch, we have lane 5, Usher Williams from Milwaukee King. Coming up on his left here, though, we have Brody Rip coming into the lead. But on his left, we have Mason Henschel. I think it looks like Mason Henschel with the win, followed by Brody Rip. We'll get the official here. Yep, Mason Henschel, 44.53. Brody Rip, 44.59. And in third, as soon as we get our times. Oh, crossing the finish here. Congratulations. Good show of sportsmanship. Usher Williams with a 109.19. In our second heat of the boys 300-meter hurdles, in lane 1, we have Bryce Buchanan from Onalaska. In lane 2, we have Agar Finbu from New Berlin West. In lane 3, we have Jonathan Wang from Wauwatosa West. In lane 4, we have Alexander Williams from Wauwatosa East. In lane 5, we have Nehemiah Teague from Pius Catholic. In lane 6, we have Anthony Wang from Wauwatosa West. In lane 7, we have Alex Niebler from Sussex Hamilton. And in lane 8, we have Sawyer Broen Iman from Nicollet. And they're off. Really speedy start from Agar Finbu. Keeping it up going into the curve here. He has a big lead on the competition. down that final stretch now. It is still a Gar, although the gap is closing. Final hurdle. And that is how it will end up. Agar Finbu getting first with a time of
In Heat 3, Lane 1, Cole Heppas of Xavier. In Lane 2,
and we're getting a little slow on our reporting.
in Lane 3, Philip
Time of 43.89 for Agar. In second, we have Alexander Williams with a 44.2. And in third, Nehemiah Teague with a 44.44.
Hamilton. In Lane 6,
In Heat 3 of the boys 300-meter hurdles, we have Cole Heatpas of Xavier in lane 1, Gabriel Belter of Oak Creek in lane 2, Philip Dornoff of Franklin in lane 3. In lane 4, we have Colton Scherer from Sun Prairie East. In lane 5, we have Wes Olson from Sussex Hamilton. In lane 6, we have Connor Hirschfield from Franklin. And in lane 7, we have A.C. Zilka from Oak Creek. And in lane 8, we have Mason Struessel from Pewaukee.
Your leader coming out of the corner is lane 4, Wes Olson from Sussex Hamilton. We'll see if he can hang on to that. Flip the hurdle there a little bit. It looks like Olson's going to win his heat with a, sorry, that was Scherer from Sun Prairie East. Ran a 43.43 top time today. Olson from Sussex Hamilton is third on the day as of now with a time of 44.00.
In Lane 5, from Oconomowoc, Benjamin Holt.
Here in Heat 4 of the 300-meter hurdles, in Lane 1 we have Adam Cotton. Lane 2, Wyatt Below. Lane 3, Anthony Carter. Lane 4, Jonah Pierner. Lane 5, Benjamin Holtzman. Lane 6, Antoine Jarrett. Lane 7, Sterling Malone. And Lane 8, Devin Viola. Looks like our early leader is Jarrett from Janesville Parker, but he just hit a hurdle. Let's see if he can get back up. Your new leader is Anthony Carter from Bayport. Your winner of Heat 4 is Adam Cotton from University School of Milwaukee with a time of 43.88. That'll be the second fastest time as of now. Anthony Carter in second from Bayport with a time of 44.18.
Gavin Gromowski in Lane 1. In Lane 2, Thor Gavick of Whitefish Bay. In Lane 3 from Xavier, Ben Oldie. In Lane 4, Ian Penna of Oak Creek. In Lane 5, Nathaniel Jubek of Franklin. In Lane 6, Siri Rattel Branch of Middleton. In Lane 7, William Garcia Hendrick of Waunakee. And in Lane 8, Charles Morrow
here in Heat 5 of the 300-meter hurdles. In Lane 1, we have Gavin Gromowski. Lane 2, Thor Gabick. Lane 3, Ben Olvey. Lane 4, Ian Penna. Lane 5, Nathaniel Jubek. Lane 6, Siri Fratelli Branch. Lane 7, William Garcia Hendrick. And Lane 8, Charles Morrow. Looks like your early leader is Charles Morrow from Germantown. He's in a tight race with Lane 1, Gavin Gromowski. We'll see who pulls off the win here. Looks like Lane 7, William Garcia Hendrick from Wanakee with a time of 42:65 is the new fastest time of the day. Gavin Gromowski from New Berlin West is the second fastest time of the day, 43:03. And Charles Morrow from Germantown, 43:19 in third. In Heat 6 of the 300-meter hurdles, we have Lane 1, Owen Peterson. Lane 2, Quentin Byer. Lane 3, Mitchell Malarski. Lane 4, Jacob Holler. Lane 5, Travion Carathors. Lane 6, Kyle Zern. Lane 7, Riley Otto. And Lane 8, Kai Force. Got a clean start here in Heat 6. Right now it's pretty tied up. We'll see how they do here in the corner. Looks like we may have an early lead here out of Lane 3, Mitchell Malarski from Hartford Union. Looks like Malarski's going to gap the lead, or take a lead here. See if he can make it through this final hurdle. Looks like your winner from Heat 6 is going to be Mitchell Malarski from Hartford Union with a time of 41.78. In second place, Jacob Holler from Fond du Lac with a time of 42.16. And Kyle Zern from Hartford Union in third with a time of 42.95. The new time to beat is Malarski's 41.78. Here in Heat 7 of the 300-meter hurdles, in Lane 1, we have Isaac Steinke from Fall Creek. Lane 2, we have Griffin Murphy from Bayport. On Lane 3, we have Johan Rotschi from Lake Country Lutheran. Lane 4, we have Connor Scheisel from Kimberly. Lane 5, we have Jonas Price from Germantown. Lane 6, Carver Goodman from Mauston. Lane 7, Zach Nyquist from Lodi. And Lane 8, Brady Gaffney from Kimberly. See how they do coming through this corner here. It's like maybe we have an early lead from Connor Scheisel from Kimberly. Looks like the Griffin Murphy's in second from Bayport. We have a nice battle for third. Looks like Connor Scheisel from Kimberly will take the new leading time in 40.92. Griffin Murphy in 41.46. And Zach Nyquist from Lodi with a time of 42.24.
This is Heat 7. In lane 1 from Ball Creek,
In Heat 8 of the men's 300-meter hurdles. In lane 1, we have Langdon Nordgaard from West De Pere. In lane 2, Reggie Harbor Jr. from Racine Horlick. In lane 3, Kyla Janke from Arrowhead. In lane 4, Logan Hicks from Arrowhead. In lane 5, Finn Patinaud from Middleton. In lane 6, Ethan Kreider from Kimberly. In lane 7, Dominic Cifaldi from Hartford Union. In lane 8, Emmanuel Johnson from Racine Park. Patinaud is the leading athlete in this heat. He has the third fastest time on the state honor roll, 39.9. Kyle Janke from Arrowhead is fourth on the honor roll with 39.97. Looks like we have an early lead from Arrowhead's Kyle Janke. Let's see if he can hang on. Final hurdle. Finn Patinaud from Middleton is in second. Sorry, our winner from Arrowhead is Logan Hicks. Time of 38.07. 38.07 would be the fastest time run in the state this year. So that puts him number 1 on the state leaderboard. Finn Patinaud, 38.93. Puts him at the third fastest time of the year. And Kyle Janke from Arrowhead in third with a time of 39.78. Now we'll move on to the girls' 800-meter run. This is heat 1 of 3. There are 12 entries per heat. Sorry, 15 entries per heat.
In lane 5, Joelle Duty of Arrowhead. In lane 6, Grace Stern of Lakeland New Union. In lane 7, Hannah Kortendick of Oak Creek.
In this 800-meter run, we have Maddie Ashmead from Bayport, Veronica Much from Xavier, Brooke Marchiqua from Sun Prairie East, Emma Dornbush from Green Bay Preble, Joelle Duty from Arrowhead, Grace Kern from Lakeland Union, Hannah Kortendick from Oak Creek, Louisa Fowler from Shorewood, Grace Kozel from Indian Trail Academy, Janiyah Taylor from Indian Trail Academy, Sophie Honnell from Pewaukee, Alyssa Giese from Fond du Lac, Lexi Vondrak from Arrowhead, Sailor Masters from Divine Savior Holy Angels, and Anna Dunsing from Shorewood. Looks like we'll see 4 runners in the first 2 lanes of the stagger and then 3 on the 2 outside lanes. We'll see who pushes to get to the front of the pack for this break here at the cones. It's a pretty tight bunch. This is a pretty big field for a 100-meter run. Looks to be a pretty nice pack. Nobody really taking the lead here yet on the pace. Looks like we have a pretty big group coming through at 400 meters. We'll see if anybody decides to make a surge here now that they're halfway through the race. Get you splits here as soon as I see them. Your leader at 400 meters was Janiyah Taylor from Indian Trail Academy, a split of 74, 114.08. Grace Kozel from Indian Trail Academy, her teammate, right behind her at 114.11. Seems to be they're still working together. See if they can break the rest of this group.
Again, we have first call for girls 200. First off.
Here we are, 200 to go. 2 Indian Trail Academy girls are working together. See if they can't pull away here. It's like Hannah Kortendick from Oak Creek, maybe, in 3rd place.
Dennis Meyer to the finish line. Dennis Meyer to the finish line.
And your winner of Heat 1 in the girls' 800-meter dash is Janiyah Taylor with a time of 2:27.7. And her 2nd place, Grace Kern from Lakeland Union. That's who is chasing her down, 2:28.7. Grace Kozel from Indian Trail Academy is 3rd in the heat with a time of 2:29.26. Here we are with Heat 2 of the girls' 800-meter dash. This heat has 14 runners. It consists of Natalie Miller from Whitefish Bay, Allison Burowitz, Burasuski from Green Bay Preble, Bailey Schmolt from Slinger, Hannah Lee Euchre from Fond du Lac, Samantha Harkey from Kimberly, Leah Moe from Pewaukee, Vanessa Henderson from Wauwatosa West, Reagan Spike from Franklin, Shayla Eller from Sun Prairie East, Sierra Gill from Homestead, Hayden Russell from Divine Savior Holy Angels, Madison Gramblica from Franklin, Baker Julia from McGuanago, and Elise Smith from Green Bay Preble. A clean start. We'll see who makes the break at the cone. Again, a pretty tight group coming through that break mark. Expect this group to stick together through the 400 mark. Got a nice group of 3 off the front here. 4th place is about 5 meters back, 7 meters back. We'll see their splits here at the 400. Looks like we're at 109.3. Allison Berezweski from Green Bay Preble, Leah Moe from Pewaukee, and Vanessa Henderson are your 3 leaders. Samantha Harkey from Kimberly is chasing. We'll see if she can catch that lead group. Looks like Henderson, I believe, from Wauwatosa West has taken the lead over Leah Moe from Pewaukee. 200 meters to go here. We'll see who's got a kick. Looks like Leah Moe from Pewaukee is going to make a move here. Got a nice battle for 3rd as well. That appears to be Samantha Harkey moving into 3rd. Let's see if she can get 2nd. We got a nice surge for 2nd right now. Samantha Harkey from Kimberly, I believe, took 2nd place in that heat. We'll see the final times. Leah Moe from Pewaukee is your heat winner at a time of 2:23.73. Samantha Harkey from Kimberly. Samantha Hark from Kimberly. A time of 2:25.71. And Vanessa Henderson from Wauwatosa West. The time of 2:25.82 are your top 3 finishers from heat number 2 of the 800 meter dash. This final heat of the 800 meter run has 12 runners. They consist of Autumn Michalski from Shawamigan, Jenna Anders from Fall Creek, Eva Kuz from Mugwanago, Jillian Kruger from Kimberly, Meredith Richter from Medford area, Savannah Fraley from Homestead, Maya Harches from University School of Milwaukee, and Madison Kruger from Kimberly. And it does appear we have 5 scratches from this heat, so this is only going to be a 7-athlete final in the 800 meter run. So it appears Madison Krieger is going to be stuck out by herself in that 3rd break group. She is the favorite in this event. She has the fastest time in this group this year at 2:20.9. So we'll see if she tries to go and get the break right away. believe your early leader here is Eva Coos from McWanago, a senior. The group is fighting for position. The two sisters from Kimberly are 3-4. Looks like Autumn Mikowski is in second from Shagwamagon. And Eva Coos from McWanago will lead them into the 400 mark. We'll see what their split is here. So your leader at the 400 mark is Autumn Mikowski at 107.7. She's opening up a big gap on Eva Coos from McWanago. Jillian Krieger from Kimberly is in third, and Madison Krieger is in fourth. We'll see if they can chase down second place. Looks like Mikowski is going to open up a gap here. 200 meters to go.
Girls shot and disc top place finishers. We need you at the podium.
If she even splits this, she could go at 2:14, which would put her in the top 3 times in the state. We'll see what the final time is. She's got a nice kick here. Got a nice battle going on for third. It appears Savannah Farley from Homestead has taken over the third place spot. Mikulski will finish with a time of 2:15.56. That would put her as the second fastest time on the state honor roll. Eva Coos came in second, the time of 2:18.22. That would put her in the fourth spot on the state honor roll. And Savannah Farley is in third with a time of 2:20.25. This is your first heat of the men's 800. This heat has 13 runners in it. It consists of Otto Dunsing from Shorewood, Stuart Gundry from Fall Creek, Gabriel Olson from Oak Creek, James Lennington from Oconomowoc, Bryce Faith from Oconomowoc, Emery Gunay from Middleton, Josh Neelitz from Wausau West, Tyler Parker from Wauwatosa West, Nathan Kurtz from Middleton, Tristan Shanoski from Green Bay Preble, Eli Bopart from Austin, Ethan Shelton from Franklin, Silas Whip from Medford area, and Isaiah Dietz from Shagwamagon. Looks like your early leader has a nice gap on the group. I believe that's Stuart Gundry from Fall Creek, but I definitely could be wrong. See what the times here at the 400 mark are. Yep, Stuart Gundry, time of 58.1. It's a quick first 400. Tristan Shinosky from Green Bay Preble is 58.9. Gabriel Olson, 59.3. This group is moving. Gabriel Olson is making a move now into second from Oak Creek. We'll see if he can close that gap, but Gundry right now has a 5 or 6 meter lead going to the 200 to go mark. Bit of a surge coming out of third and fourth. There's a guy making a move from the pack. Looks like that gap is getting eaten up. Gabriel Olson, the freshman from Oak Creek, coming on the outside. Big move coming from the two Oconomowoc boys. Lane's getting blocked. Got a nice photo finish coming up here. Looks like Gundry's going to make a move, come back. He's going to finish and win the heat. Second was Gabriel Olson from Oak Creek. A final time for Gundry of 2:00:93. Gabriel Olson 2:01:09. James Lennington 2:01:29. Otto Dinsing from Shorewood with a 2:01:44. That was a tight group for the 800 meter dash.
In heat 2, lane 1, Owen Siebert of Kimberly.
This second heat
Lane 2,
of the 800 meter run is going to contain 14 runners, consisting of Owen Siebert from Kimberly, Lucas Nicholson from Pewaukee, Jack Wanazik from Germantown, Matthew Clower from Mugwanago, Caleb Schreiber from Mugwanago, Matt Leader from Kimberly, Adam Wire from Hartford Union, Jacob Jones from Whitefish Bay, Ian Maris from Xavier, Jackson Bagby from Brookfield East, Tyler Hyman from Arrowhead, Thomas Binns from Hartford, Will LaCroix from Sussex Hamilton, and Logan Grotenhuis from Slinger.
In lane 12, Thomas Bivens of Hartford. In lane 13, Logan Rotenhuis of Slinger. And lane 14, Will LaCroix of Sussex.
We're going to have a group of 4 on the outside break. Clean start, a bit of bumping going on. Got a nice quick start from an outside group. I believe that's Tyler Hyman from Arrowhead. See who makes the lead here after the break. It's a very quick first 200. Looks like he wants to take the lead here, take control of the race. Your leader is currently Tyler Hyman from Arrowhead. And Owen Siebert from Kimberly is in second. We'll see what their splits here are at the 4. Seems like a pretty quick first 4. Yeah, 57.8. That is absolutely flying for the first 400. I'd expect somebody in the middle of this pack to make a move now. Somebody who didn't quite give it the 57 type speed in that first 400. It's a nice bunch going into the 200 to go mark. See a move from an all-white jersey. It's hard to tell his number from here. I believe that's the Germantown runner. It's breaking away from the group. That looks like Jackson Bagby maybe from Brookfield East in second. We'll see that tight battle here for first. Who's going to take the win? It's going to be a lean for the finish. I believe that was a positive split. Yeah, 159 to Lucas Nicholson from Pewaukee. Jack Wanazek from Germantown in second, 159-3. That second 400 for our winner was a 1007, so 58.5 and a 1007. Group went out quite a bit faster than they needed to in that first 400. This is your third and final heat of the men's 800-meter run, featuring Andrew Regnier from Wanakee, your champion in the 400-meter dash, Nathan Klauk from Arrowhead, Lucas Pico from Waukesha North, William Frawling from Shorewood, Blake Bernstead from Onalaska, Graham McKenzie from New Berlin West, Joe McNulty from Agawanago, Jaden Sales from Oconomowoc, Remy Strikecarts from Indian Trail Academy, Paul Linz from Lodi, Owen Bosley from Homestead, Andrew Milhans from Kaukauna, and AJ Springer from Whitefish Bay. I expect this to go out extremely fast. I think your winner is going to go quite a bit faster than that 159 mark from the previous heat. Regnier has gone 149.4, so he's gone to sub 150 this year. I believe he ran at Arcadia this year in the 8. Nathan Klauk is 6th on the state honor roll with 155.9. So we'll see if he can stick with that lead pace here in that first 4. You have a really quick out there in that second stagger. We'll see who gets to that cone first. Like I said, these guys are going to take it out blazing fast. I expect them to come that first 200 in under 30 by quite a bit. I'm assuming they're going to be there 27, 26. It's a quick first 200. A nice big group.
In first place with a toss of 126 feet 8 inches out of Wanakee, Annika Castle.
See how they come in at this first 400. They're blazing right now. Regnier, your favorite, is leading. Remember, he's gone sub 150 this year. Looks like he came through at 57.3, so I expect he's going to throw this down a little bit faster. Lucas Pico from Waukesha North, came through at 57.5. This pace is going to open up here with the final 200. Let's see who's got the kick. Pico from North, he's sticking on that. Is Regnier going to get upset here? Let's see who's got this final 100-meter kick. It's a battle for the front. Nathan Klauk moving up to third. Onalaska's Blake Bernstad is getting caught by Klauk. Looks like Regnier is going to take the win. Let's see if Klauk can move into third. Klauk will take third. Your winning time from Regnier is 155.00. Pico, 155.5. Nathan Klauk, 155.89. And your fourth place finisher, Blake Brunstead from Onalaska, in 156.00. Lucas Pico from Waukesha North's time of 155.52 will move him into the 5th position on the state honor roll. And this is the first heat of the girls' 200-meter dash. In lane 3, we have Josie Grates from Franklin. In lane 4, Ava Westerman from Pewaukee. Lane 5, Nora Sisiwa from Pewaukee. And Lily Hoytnick from Sussex Hamilton in lane 6. I believe this is Heat 2 now. I think all of Heat 1 was a scratch. So, yes, only one person from Heat 1 checked in, so now we are into Heat 2. Isa Locke from Sussex Hamilton, Angela Dale from Nicolay, Avia Mitchell from Sussex Hamilton, Nora Sisiwa from Pewaukee, Sophia Ferguson from Fond du Lac, Carmen Rora from Onalaska, Lelia Lou May from Homestead, and Amanda Van Claster from Green Bay Preble. Your winner from Heat 2 of the 200-meter dash is Angela Dale from Nicolay with a time of 26.46. Carmen Rora from Onalaska in second with a time of 26.58. Third place, Asia Locke from Sussex Hamilton with a time of 26.67. for Heat 3 of the 200-meter dash. In lane 1, we have Alyssa Taylor from Indian Trail Academy, Addison Bradigan from Germantown, Jordan Haney from Oconomowoc, Azuri Lawson from Kenosha Bradford, Elise Schrader from Arrowhead, Adini from Milwaukee Lutheran, Ashanti Grace from Milwaukee Riverside, and Cadence Wadle from Kimberly.
We have Connor Anderson, Leo Hedberg, Matthew Orstrand, Van Bunton.
We have a tight race here. Let's see who our winner is. Looks like we got a late surge from lane 3.
Carter Pearson, Kenny Park.
Looks like your winner from that heat is Jordan Haney from Oconomowoc with a time of 27.14. That's the 5th fastest time so far in this event. In Heat 4 of the 200-meter dash, we have in lane 1, Scout Banoski from Homestead, Jolie Jaquez from Bayport, lane 2, Anika Otters from Cedarburg, lane 3, Felicity Gaia Petro from DSHA in lane 4, Amaya Houston from Indian Trail Academy in lane 5, Asalia White-Williams from Martin Luther in lane 6, Reese Hurley from Wanakee in lane 7, and Jillian Anderson from Bayport in lane 8. Nice quick start from lanes 4 and 5. Looks like Felicity Pietro from DSHA is your leader in this race. Let's see if there's anybody with a late surge. Looks like Felicity will hang on for the win in her heat. Good for 26.84, 4th fastest time in the event thus far. Amaya Houston from Indian Trail Academy is second in her heat with a time of 27.21. In Heat 5 of the 200-meter dash, in lane 1, we have Grace Renz from Xavier. In lane 2, Vanessa Ford from Milwaukee King. Gianni Harris from Indian Trail Academy in lane 3. In lane 4, Olivia Carey from Mugwanago. In lane 5, Lily Cobb from Mugwanago. Caitlin Hodgins from Oconomowoc in lane 6. In lane 7, Alosin Sambrowski from Oconomowoc. And in lane 8, Katie McLaughlin from Mugwanago.
In this race, lane 1 from Xavier, Grace Runs. Lane 2, Vanessa Ford from Milwaukee King. In lane 3, Gianni Harris from Indian Trail. In lane 4, Olivia Carey of McGonago.
It's like a pretty even race right now. Might be lane 7, Alosin Sambrowski from Oconomowoc with the lead right now. See if she can hang on. It's like she will take the heat. We'll see where the time is here in a second. Sambrowski with a time of 26.27 is the new lead time in the 200-meter dash. Gianni Harris from Indian Trail Academy with a time of 26.41 is now in second in this event. In Heat 6, we have Harper Brandenburg from Janesville Parker. Lane 2, we have Angelica Remfinski from Muskego. In lane 3, we have Lily Strong from Lodi. In lane 4, Lola Kolawole from Whitefish Bay. Lane 5, Lanisha Norwood from Pius Catholic. Lane 6, Corinne Moga from Homestead. Lane 7, Eliza Atkin from West Appear. And in lane 8, Taylor Thimish from Arrowhead. Lola is your top time in this heat. She is currently second on the state honor roll. The time of 12.14. Let's see if she can beat that today. Nice strong start from Lola. We'll see if she can't pull away early. Looks like she has the lead here coming on the corner. See if anybody can close in the final stretch. I believe she's usually too strong in the final stretch to get caught, but we have a good effort from Lanija Norwood from Pius to get second, but Lola will be your champion in the 200-meter dash. Let's see what her time is. Yeah, Lola is your winner in the 200-meter dash with a time of 24.41. Laneja Norwood from Pius Catholic is second with a time of 25.02. Eliza Aitken from West Appear with a time of 25.35. Taylor Thimish from Arrowhead with a time of 25.44 is your fourth place finisher. Lily Strong from Lodi is fifth with 25.57. Corinne Moga from Homestead with 25.6 is sixth. Ilosin Sombrowski from Oconomowoc is seventh with a time of 26.27. And Harper Brandenburg is eighth with a time of 26.31. This is heat 1 of the men's 200-meter run. In lane 1, we have Bodie Wettinghill from Oak Creek. Lane 2, Adam Lamers from West Appear. Josiah Cross from Wauwatosa East. Anakin Stokes from Medford area. Matthew Kulich from Pewaukee. Christian Rothmeyer from Arrowhead. Chase Kennedy from Marquette. And Jordan Fry from Sussex Hamilton. It's a tight finish. We'll have to wait for the results. Looks like your winner from Heat 1 is Chase Kennedy with a time of 23.42. And second is Christian Rothmeyer with a time of 23.47. In your second heat of the 200-meter dash is in lane 1, Ethan Van Pinsker from Oak Creek. In lane 2, Seth Radke from Bayport. In lane 3, Ben Bojar from Pewaukee. Lane 4, Evan McCormick from Xavier. Lane 5, Charlie Roz from Green Bay Preble. In lane 6, Declan McGrath from Mugwanago, excuse me. In lane 7, Kieran Schindler from Martin Luther. And in lane 8, James Gilmore from Wauwatosa East. Looks like we have a quick start out of the middle lane. Looks like the Xavier runner. Lane 4, Evan McCormick. But Pewaukee's Ben Bojar just took control of the race. See if Declan McGrath can catch up from Mugwanago. Yep, he looks like he did. Out of lane 7, Declan McGrath with a time of 22.67, winning Heat 2. Ben Bojar of Pewaukee is in second with a time of 22.69. Charlie Ross is the third fastest time of the day with a time of 23.17. In Heat 3 of the 200-meter dash, in lane 1, we have Jake Bova from Wanakee. Lane 2 is Jace Stolte from Sun Prairie East. Lane 3 is Trevor Boucher from Aguanago. Lane 4, George Donqua from Milwaukee King. Lane 5, Calvin Mullins from Fond du Lac. In lane 6, Noah Ledvina from Arrowhead. Lane 7, Aiden Grosskopf from Lodi. And in lane 8, Alexander Ralstead from Oconomowoc. Looks like your Heat winner is Noah Ledvina from Arrowhead with a time of 22.91. That puts him in third as of now. For Heat 4 of the 200-meter dash, in lane 1 we have Brady Sizek from Wanakee. In lane 2 we have Kian Gojalu from Shorewood, Garen Brandt from Austin, Landon Gallen from Whitefish Bay, Kevin Jonikin from Wauwatosa East, Rocky Duran from Fond du Lac, Sam Diliberti from Shorewood, and Nathaniel Curry from Milwaukee King in lane 8. Like we have a nice tight battle here coming through the corner. Kevin Jonikin from Wauwatosa West appears to have the edge right now. Let's see if he finishes it off. Kevin Jonikin is your Heat winner with a time of 22.79. That puts him in third as of now. Second place is Rocky Duran with a time of 22.92 from Fond du Lac. He's currently in the 5th fastest time of the day. Nathaniel Curry from Milwaukee King is in third in his Heat.
Lane 2, Nate Nelson of Green Bay Preble. Lane 3, Daryl Price of Racine Park. Lane 4, Andre Pigmiles of Nicolay. Lane 5.
In Heat 5 of the 200-meter dash, in lane 1, Mason Clark from Bayport. In lane 2, Nate Nelson from Green Bay Preble. In lane 3, Daryl Price from Racine Park. In lane 4, Andre Pigmiles from Nicolay. In lane 5, Givangio Bynum from Martin Luther. In lane 6, Mason Kelly from Aguanago. In lane 7, Jason Kell from Germantown. And in lane 8, John Crimes from Milwaukee Riverside. Looks like we had a equipment malfunction on that start. Looks like they'll get a restart. Looks like the officials' starting gun had a malfunction. Looks like we'll get a full reset. And we have a clean start here in Heat 5. Got a tight group again coming around the corner. Looks like Javangio Bynum from Martin Luther may be your early leader here, but it was a tight finish. Mason Kelly from McGuanago is your heat winner with a time of 22.49. Javangio Bynum is second with a time of 22.52. John Crimes from Milwaukee Riverside with a time of 22.64. All three of them are now in the top three spots in the 200-meter dash. Heat 6 of the 200-meter dash. In lane 1, we have Nate White from Milwaukee King. Lane 2, Alejandro Pagan Vega from Kimberly. Jack Schreiber from Kimberly. In lane 4, Sal Balistreri from Homestead. In lane 5, Jack Stats from Kimberly. In lane 6, Brody Holowinski from Bayport. Lane 7, Daniel Van Dyke from Kokona. In lane 8, Tyler Tranchita from Brookfield East. Kimberly's Jack Schreiber is your favorite in this event. He is currently 5th on the state honor roll with a time of 22.23. And then Brady Holwinski from Bayport is 11th on the honor roll with a time of 22.36. Expect this to be a fast heat. And we have a clean start in the final heat of the 200-meter dash. Very stacked group here. Rounding the corner to the final 100. Looks like Kakona's Daniel Van Dyke had the early lead, but then lane 3, Jack Schreiber from Kimberly had a final push to take the win. See the final official times here. Jack Schreiber from Kimberly is your official winner at 22.10. That moves him into the 3rd fastest time of the year on the state honor roll. His teammate, Jack Stats, is second with a time of 22.27, which ties him at 8th on the honor roll. And then in 3rd place is Daniel Van Dyke from Kokona with a time of 22.29. Your official results for the 200-meter dash. In 4th place, Sal Balistreri from Homestead with a time of 22.35. 5th place, Mason Kelly from Miguanago. Givangio Bynum from Martin Luther. Brady Holwinski from Bayport. And Alejandro Pagan Vega from Kimberly is your 8th place finisher. Our next event is the girls 3,200-meter run. There is one heat of this event.
For Middleton, Olivia Shelgo and Charlize Trinity McKenzie of Cedarburg. In lane 3, Bella Grenier of University School. Emily Mullen of Franklin. Lily Felsen of Xavier. Kate Berger of University Lake School. Piper Schuster of Slinger.
I believe there are 20 athletes in this event. This event consists of Olivia Schellevold from Middleton, Charlize Trinity McKenzie from Cedarburg, Bella Greiner from University School of Milwaukee, Emily Moen from Franklin, Lily Fouts from Xavier, Kate Berger from the University Lake School, Piper Schuster from Slinger, Libby Ray from Arrowhead, Carly Elkin from Sussex Hamilton, Kate Schmoll, West De Pere, Ava Johnson from DSHA, Anna Larson from DSHA, Amy Gronert from Shorewood, Stella Grudeman from Slinger, Gabby Allard from Kimberly, Olivia Helmley from Slinger, Elena Volheim from Kimberly, Rachel Gregorich from Wanakee, and Isabel Pratt from Oconomowoc. I have a stagger start here. Looks like we have a clean start here to start the girls' 3,200 meter run. We'll see who takes the early lead here at the break. And right now we're only 200 meters in. We have a pretty nice bunch. Looks like nobody's really taking the pace crazy fast yet. We'll see if anybody makes a move. I wouldn't expect anybody to go crazy yet. This is a 8-lap race. So our leader right now is Olivia Schellevold from Middleton, the freshman, coming in at 400 at 119.15. Another freshman behind her, Ava Johnson from DSHA, 119.6. We'll see what this pace kind of settles into. Looks like Schellevold is taking a pretty significant lead here. She's got about 7 meters on the second place runner, and then between her and the main bunch is another 7-meter gap. So we'll see if she maintains or gains anything on that group. She's going to come through the 800, about a 3-second gap.
Just a reminder for all athletes running the 4x4. Remember, each championship piece run last. Girls championship followed by boys championship followed by the mixed. These slower heats will run before that.
So our leader, Olivia Schellevold, came through the 800 at 240.8. In second place is Mackenzie from Cedarburg, also a freshman, 242.5. So she's about 2 seconds down from Middleton. And then there's another 3-second gap to the main bunch, led by Emily Moen from Franklin. Olivia seems to really be increasing that gap. We'll see if she can maintain that. Remember, this is a freshman. She is currently increasing her gap on second, and both her and Mackenzie from Cedarburg are pulling away from the main group. So Schellevold comes through at 4:01.2 at the 1200 mark. Her splits thus far are 119, 121, and 120. She is staying consistent. Sometimes you like to see negative splits in this event, but if she can remain consistent, she will continue to increase this gap. Mackenzie from Cedarburg came through at 4:04, so she's 3 seconds down from the leader. The main group, led by Piper Schuster from Slinger, is 6 seconds down from Mackenzie from Cedarburg. We'll see if that gap gets any bigger or smaller here as we continue on through this race. And our leader is now halfway through here. She just crossed the 1600 meter mark in 5:21.8, another 120. So she is remaining consistent here. Second place, Mackenzie from Cedarburg is now 6 seconds down from our leader. The main pack that chase group led by Piper Schuster is now at 5:35.9, so they are 8 seconds down from our second place runner. We still have a pretty big bunch following that chase group that's fighting for third. And our leader has now crossed the 2,000 meter mark in 6:43.5. So she is now 8 seconds up on second place, Mackenzie from Cedarburg. And then our chase group, again led by Piper Schuster from Slinger, is coming through at 7:01. So they are now 10 seconds down from second place. See if they can't put a dent in this now as we get closer to the end of this race.
We have the results here for the final.
Our leader is continuing to increase her gap. We do have a pretty good battle going on right now for that third spot. Looks like there's a group of 4 battling it out. Looks to be Schuster, Berger, Moen, and Fouts battling it out right now for that third spot. Looks like Olivia from Middleton has now come through the 2,400 mark at 8:07. And then Mackenzie from Cedarburg appears to be coming through about 9 seconds down at 8:16.07. And then that second group, that chase group for third right now, came through at 8:27.3. So they are now still 11 seconds down from second place. Let's see if they can try to pick up the pace a little bit. Looks like that group dropped one of them. They're down to a three-person group. It appears to be Lily Fouts that dropped off the back of that group. Like Chelevold's going to continue to increase her lead. I do not believe she's going to get caught. However, Mackenzie from Cedarburg has closed a tiny bit of distance on her. But that group of that group of three now chasing in third place is where the real race is going to be at. Looks like our lead is still an 8-second lead between first and second. And our race for third, led by Lily Fouts, is now exactly 10 seconds down. Lily seems to be off the front of that group, seeing if she can close a little bit of distance. Might be a little bit too late here. Only a lap to go. And our leader, Olivia Chelevold from Middleton, the freshman, is coming down the home stretch here. The significant gap between her and second place. Let's see what her final time is. Her final time is 10:53.84. And then Mackenzie from Cedarburg, another freshman, 10:59.17. Lily Fouts in third at 11:06. Piper Schuster from Slinger, the time of 11:10. Kate Berger from the University Lake School in fifth at 11:12. Emily Moen in sixth at 11:22.76. Carly Elkin is now 8th from Sussex Hamilton. 9th, Libby Ray from Arrowhead with a time of 11:37.51. Kate Schmall from West De Pere is 10th. Ava Johnson from DSHA. Amy Gronert. So your winning time from Olivia Chelevold from Middleton moves her from the 11th position on the state honor roll into the 8th position on the state honor roll. And then Charlie's Trinity Mackenzie from Cedarburg's 10:59.17 brings her into the 13th position on the state honor roll. Our next event is the boys 3,200 meter run. This event has 14 athletes, consisting of Aaron Shimke from Kaukauna, Logan Salzman from Kimberly, Kenny Power from Xavier, Josh Steiner from Wauwatosa East, Matthew Schmall from West De Pere, Pat McRoberts from Sun Prairie East, Gage Kuhlenbeck from Sussex Hamilton, Holden Forget from Indian Trail Academy, Carson Curlin from Franklin, Bennett Dahl from Bayport, Owen Koloweski from Arrowhead, Noah Donermeyer from Xavier, Jonah Bannock from Shorewood and Owen Erickson from Kenosha Bradford. That was a clean start to start our men's 3,200 meter run. It's a pretty quick pace to start off here, that first 150. We'll see if they kind of settle in now. Looks like our leader's looking back, seeing if anybody will take the pace. It's a pretty soft first 30 or first 200. About you'd expect for the 3,200. Big bunch. We got a little bit of a move coming from the outside. Looks like people are just fighting for position here, trying not to run on the outside. This is a long race to be stuck in an outside lane. And we'll go through the 400 meter mark as a big group, nobody off the front. Looks like our leader is Aaron Shimke from Kaukauna and Logan Salzman from Kimberly in second. Looks like they came through about 1:13.6. Pretty soft start. See if they start picking it up here a bit. Looks like we're still pretty bunched here coming into 800. No clear leader of this race. It does appear that Salzman and Shimke are trying to control the pace off the front. The rest of the guys seem happy to just sit in. We're going to come through the 800 here. Salzman came through the 800 at 2:25.7. Looks like we're starting to get a breakaway group here. We'll see how long these guys can hang on to that front pace. It seems that Salzman is in control of the race right now. He seems to be setting the pace with Shimke on his shoulder, controlling that pace. Matthew Schmall from West to Pier kind of sitting in on the outside there. Kenny Power from Xavier boxed in on the inside line. Doesn't need to be concerned yet, but if he gets stuck there later in this race, he might want to get himself out. Going to come through the 1200 at 3:38.8. Our last 400 was a 1:13. So we are picking up the pace a little bit from the beginning of the race. It was 1:13.9 to start. That main group now has broken away from that second group. We'll see if those guys in the back bunch back up and can put together some work to come back into that group. Salzman continues to control the pace of this race. Seems like he's running his race and everybody else is just kind of following his pace. It's like we may have a bit of a move here from Shimke from Kokona. He has broken off the front a little bit. Looks like Salzman's trying to match. Matthew Schmall going with him. Definitely broke the pace open here. We'll have to watch what his next 400 split's going to be. That was the halfway mark. Came through at 4:52.6. Definitely putting the pace down. See if the rest of the guys go with him. He has gapped them by about 3 meters. These guys are probably going to want to keep contact with him, so we're going to see who's going to go with him. He has now opened up a pretty good gap here. That group of 5 guys is still chasing. Salzman leading that chase group with Matthew Schmall and Kenny Power. See what they come through here at the 2,000 meter mark. Looks like we're at 6:03 and 6:05, so that chase group is exactly 2 seconds down from our leader. This is the point in the race where that pace starts to hurt. You have to settle in and find your groove. It appears that that second group doesn't have anybody that wants to try to chase him down. I think Aaron Scheimke is going to pull away more here. Remember, he does have an 800 to go after he comes through on this lap. So anything can still happen. But his gap is growing. Salzman is leading that group of chasers with Matthew Schmall on his heels and Kenny Power right behind him. Pat McRoberts and Josh Steiner are also in that group. See if anybody tries to chase him down now. Shimke is now a good 15 meters ahead. Let's see, he came through at 7:15 at the 2,400 mark. 5 seconds up on Matthew Schmall at 7:20.9. That gap is growing. The pace has dropped. He started out in 113s. He went out at the 2,000 mark at a 110. Now he's back to 112s. Schmall's running 115s behind him. So that gap is not getting any smaller, but it looks like Schmall now is making a move off that front of that chase group. He's going to have a little bit under 600 meters to chase now. Schmall's going to have to open it up here if he wants to catch up. He is definitely closing that gap. He was 5 seconds down at the 2,400 mark. We'll see what he comes through here at the 2,800 mark. He definitely looks like he is feeling stronger than Shimke, but he only has 400 left to catch that gap. Looks like he's maintaining his gap. Can Schmall find another gear and chase him down here? He's got about 220 meters to go. Looks like he was only 2 seconds down at the 2,800 mark. It was 8:28 and 8:30. Kenny Power was in third at 8:34. I don't think Schmall's going to have it. I think your Kakana athlete, Aaron Shimke, is going to be your 3,200 meter winner. Can Salzman chase down Schmall now? It looks like that is going to be your 1, 2, 3. Let's see what the times are here. Our winning time is 9:34.9. That is not within our top 25 on the state honor roll. Schmall ran 9:37.38. Salzman 9:39.4. Kenny Power in fourth at a time of 9:44.6. McRoberts 9:48.8. And Steiner 9:51.76.
Next up, we've got the girls 4x4 meter 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1 is Milwaukee King with Nadia Ahmad, Jayla Peterson, Isabel Romero, and Anila Thomas. And then in lane 2 is Fall Creek with Samantha Ban, Emily Sorensen, Ella Softset, Jenna Anders. And in lane 3 is Middleton with Zara Malloy Salgado, Olivia Chifold, Avery Tiller, and Jessica Bristol. This will be the first of 4 heats in the girls 4x4.
we have a clean start for the first heat of the girls 4x4. So our winner in the men's discus, Bryce Ruland from Waterford Union, had the top throw in the discus in the country today. He broke his own state leading throw of 204 feet an inch. His final throw was 208 feet and 10 inches.
He can sling that thing. Final leg here. First heat of the girls 4x4. All right, Middleton takes that with a time of 4:24.56. Fall Creek second and with time of 4:26.88. On to the next heat. Heat 2 in lane 1, we have Green Bay Preble with Gabrielle Holler, Elise Smith, Ella Dornbush, Allison Burva-Swiski. Lane 2 is Lake Country Lutheran with Haley Foster, Carly Malneau, Addison Renner, and Helena Menzel. Lane 3 is Lodi with Lily Strong, Lexi Meek, Natalie Kelly, and Dakota Piercat. Lane 4 is with Nicolay, made up of Lauren Graham, Sophia Knapp, Sophia Nelson, and Magdalena Rosas Sarmiento. In lane 6 is Oak Creek with Emma Hernan, Maddie Bertel, Lena Azamani, and Autumn Strubig. We've got some standing and some in the blocks for the start.
Be careful of those non-block starters. Some of them are the fastest ones. You never don't expect it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oak Creek is hauling down lane 5 right now. Well in the lead going into the stagger. We'll see how the next leg keeps it up.
Gotta make sure you have a good exchange here. Looks like everybody was clean. Looks like Oak Creek will maintain that lead now into the break. Green Bay Preble was in second. Now they're in third. Looks like Oak Creek will maintain the lead into the handoff.
LCL and Green Bay Preble are fighting for second and third right now. Looks like LCL catches the edge. Bit of a gap growing between Oak Creek and Lake Country Lutheran now.
looks like the point totals for the men's total points for the meet as of now, Arrowhead and Kimberly are tied going into the 4x4. So this could get interesting.
It will come down to this last 4x4. Currently, Kimberly has the third best time in the state for the 4x4 with a 3:28. Arrowhead is at 16th with a 3:30. So still very, very close between all of these teams competing here today. Only about a 3-second spread from the best to the worst, so anything could happen.
It's like your top finisher in heat number 2 of the girls 4x4 is Oak Creek with a time of 4:17.28. LCL in second with a time of 4:20.41. And Green Bay Preble in third with a time of 4:21.3. Now we'll move on to heat number 3 of the girls 4x400 meter relay.
This is the third heat of the girls'
In lane 1 is Homestead, consisting of Grace Zortman, Charlotte Lewick, Eva Brandenburg, and Corinne Moga. Lane 2 is Franklin, with Hannah Smith, Miara Sullivan, Jeannie Pham, and Madison Gramblica. Lane 3 is New Berlin West, with Rachel Luipi, Ashley Babick, Lauren Pettinga, and Caroline Gurovac. Lane 4 is Fond du Lac, with Trinity Wallendahl, Abigail Zinn, Hannah Lee Euchre, and Sophia Ferguson. Lane 5 is Sussex Hamilton, with Macy Price, Jasmine Wilson, Claire Schumacher, and Chloe Klein. Lane 6 is Pewaukee, Lauren Mistel, Sophie Honnell, Ella Hansen, and Leah Moe. Lane 7 is Mugawanago, with Grazik Grace, Julianne McGilvray, Ella Brian, and Kaylee Cook. In lane 8 is Oconomowoc with Maddie Heidvogel, Jordan Haney, Molly Madsen, and Isabel Pratt. Following heat 3 of the girls 4x4 will be the first heats of the boys, and then the championship heat of the girls will go, and then the championship heat of guys. So we've got one more heat of girls, and then the remaining heats of the boys. I believe there's 4 heats of the boys, so it should be 3 heats of guys, then back to the championship heat of girls, and then back to the championship heat of boys.
Really fast 200 here from the girls.
Definitely off to a quick start. Maybe that adrenaline's going.
Sun's getting low, lights are coming on. I think the pressure's starting to build. Got a good crowd here at Hartland Arrowhead. Hopefully it encourages these girls to do their best today.
Look at that. We got a group of four wide coming into the first exchange. Looks like lane 1 Homestead's going to get the baton first. We'll see who makes it to the break here first, though. Looks like at the break it's going to be Homestead, the New Berlin West. Keeping it tight here.
It looks like Homestead out in the front going into the final leg. Huge gap. Homestead is pulled away early. We'll see if she can maintain it. There's a lot of race left.
Seems like she's setting her 4th runner-up. A nice big gap here. Looks like 3rd place just made a huge surge into 2nd.
Homestead's going to start with a pretty good lead here.
2nd place has closed that gap significantly. We'll see if that 4th runner has any juice. She can close that gap. It's like right now in the first 100 meters, Homestead is lengthening that gap significantly. We'll see if she can slowly eat away here at that gap from the lead. But as of now, it seems Homestead's going to run away with this one. Might be a battle for 3rd or 2nd here.
Yeah, we'll see how this corner switches things up. Might see some shuffling go on.
Starts to get right here is where your legs start to hurt. You actually have to like focus on your form. Coming around this corner, sometimes you get in a little bit of a tunnel.
It'd be tough to relax, stay relaxed as you stride for the finish. And it's Homestead by a mile for this heat. Homestead clocks a time of 4 minutes and 6 seconds. Behind them is Fond du Lac with 4:15, and then New Berlin West in 3rd with 4:16.
And as we mentioned, now we're going to switch over to Heat 1 of the boys 4x4. This will be a full heat.
In lane 1, we have Oak Creek with Ethan Van Pisker, Gabriel Olsen, Shady Fairs, and Gabriel Belter. In lane 2 is Homestead with Lucas Mursky, Alex Faber, Saber Vetter, and Elias Ullman. Lane 3 is Fall Creek with Corbin Anderson, Stuart Gundry, Tyler Kleinhans, and Isaac Steinke. In lane 4 is Mouston with Garen Brandt, Eli Bobart, Josh Ellerman, and Carver Goodman. In lane 5 is Nicolay with Sawyer Broneneman, Kai Force, Clenis Rasco, and John Stebinicki. Lane 6 is Milwaukee King with Jaden Alvarado Jones, Austin Anaiwu, Jamanki Tolley, and Sebastian Tanner. In lane 7 is Milwaukee Vincent with Noah Alberon, Denali Glover, Jasari Johnson, and Devin White.
This is Heat 1 of 4. We'll see 2 more heats after this one before we go back to the championship girls heat. So we have a score update for the girls' points. In 6th place is Kimberly with 32 points. In 5th place is Homestead with 39. 4th place is Whitefish Bay with 43 points. In 2nd is Bayport, in 3rd is Westapir with 45. In 2nd is Bayport with 50. And in 1st place is Arrowhead.
And we're off. The first heat of the boys 4x4.
Got a strong startup from the outside lanes there. We'll see how this first 400 goes, but man, those guys in the middle there are cooking.
It'll be interesting to see how the curve treats them after such a strong start. We'll see if they can maintain that stride length and stay relaxed around the curve.
That was a quick first 200. We'll see what shakes out here as they come in the straightaway.
Fast group, that's for sure.
So right now your leader is Milwaukee Vincent out of lane 7. I believe that's Nicolay that's going to hand off in the lead, pretty much even with Vincent. We'll see who gets to the break.
Score update from the boys' side. In 3rd place is Kalkana with 51 points. 2nd place, Arrowhead with 52. And in 1st place, Kimberly with 81.
It appears Kimberly will have sealed the win. I don't believe Arrowhead can catch that gap now in just the 4x4. Granted, the set battle for 2nd is still real between Kakana and Arrowhead. Yeah. Oak Creek, it looks like, is our leader coming into the exchange. I believe Fall Creek was 2nd.
That's Nicolay in 1st now, coming around the curve. Once again, off to a strong start. And his competition is easing behind him.
King.
Milwaukee King jumping out in 2nd.
See how these guys fare on this last corner, but Milwaukee King made a big move into 2nd, but Fall Creek is battling back. We'll see who. Oh,
You've
Milwaukee
got a
King.
tight group here at 1st. They are kicking hard.
Milwaukee King's kick. He's going to catch back up to 1st.
He might even get there. Milwaukee King might get the corner.
It's going to be a tight battle now.
Poor handoff squandered any hope at catching the edge on Nicolay, but we'll see if he can make it up here.
Fall Creek coming around the outside. He's going to catch 1st place, and I think we're going to have a new leader.
It is an absolute battle. They are running at almost full speed down the stretch of the first 200 meters. Looks like Fall Creek is ahead and catches the corner. Fatigue begins to set in.
Remember, this is the final leg. Milwaukee King, huge kick on the outside. Can he catch up?
He's going to go for it.
He's going to have to dig deep here. Stay smooth. I think Fall Creek's going to ease in.
Fall Creek not giving up any ground. Oh, man, a fantastic effort from Milwaukee King, but won't be just quite enough to catch Fall Creek in the first heat of the boys 4x4. Fall Creek wins with a time of 3 minutes, 36 seconds. 3:36.04. In 2nd is Milwaukee King with 3:36.38. And in 3rd is Nicolay with 3:38.54.
On the track, coming down the track.
This will be Heat 2 of the boys 4x400 meter relay.
In lane 1, we've got Onalaska with Blake Bernstead, Casey Barth, Braden Burke, and Gavin Ridge. Lane 2 is New Berlin West with Colton Godek, Elijah Jandrovetsits, Jack Wesolowski, and Graham McKenzie. Lane 3 is Shorewood with Sam Diliberti, Otto Dusning, Luke Marta, and Ryan Optikar. In lane 4 is Hartford Union with Brady Kukler, Chris Sheehan, Kyle Zern, and Adam Weyer. Lane 5 is Wauwatosa West with Chris Fortenberry, Moses Long, Nate Seif, and Tyler Parker. Lane 6 is Racine Horlick with Reggie Hubbard Jr., Landon Frank, Kamari McFarland, and Giovanni Massanelli. Lane 7 is Racine Park with Cameron Ozier, Adam Ahakal, Darnell Price, and Emmanuel Johnson. In lane 8 is Wausau West with Gabe Monpus, Garrett Gauger, Rice Burnett, and Marcus McDonald. It's interesting to see. We're not seeing Shorewood's stud 400 runner Nathan Cumberbatch in this final 4x4.
I believe that's why they aren't in that final heat. They did have a top time in the state. They are the leader, actually, in the 4x4 honor roll, but I don't believe they will be today without Cumberbatch on that relay.
I think we might see a new state best from any team tonight.
Your current meet leaders, Kimberly is the third fastest team on the state honor roll, followed by Wanakee and Middleton, all of which are here. So it will be an interesting battle here at the final race of the night.
And only 2/10 of a second spread between those three teams. So we're certain to have a good show here tonight. Pretty even spread here around the first turn. Staggers holding true. It looks like Hartford Union making a move on the curve. Shorewood right behind him. We've got Racine Park and Oak Creek, or that's Onalaska.
Onalaska will be your leader here at the first four. That was a good exchange. They're gonna get a decent gap here at the
Onalaska's second leg absolutely took off the first 100 meters. He probably just split a 9-9. Still going strong.
Onalaska just opened up a 10-meter gap and growing. The rest of the bunch is following second place right now. At this moment, it seems Onalaska is running away with this one.
No space being made up on that curve on Onalaska. Looks like he can be able to maintain that speed and finish here the last 100 meters to give his team a commanding lead.
They have a good exchange here. They can even pull away more. Granted, he is getting caught now. Looks like he might have overgassed it a little bit, but he still going to have a huge lead for his teammate.
Oh, looks like we might have a DQ from a rough handoff. Someone stepped out of their lane. See what the judges say about that.
It happened in the back
Alaska.
bunch.
On Alaska, heading into the curve while others are just starting to approach.
Looks like we have a bit of a gap separating now in second place. We'll see if he can hang on to that. Appears to be... no idea who that is. New Berlin West, I believe, in second place.
There's a clear first and second. And looks like Shorewood is going to pull. Nope, that is Racine Horlick that's going to pull away for third. But we'll see. Still a lot of race left.
It's going to be a good battle for third. I think first and second are pretty much locked in here.
No shortage of speed on any of these groups. Onalaska is punishing.
Their gap has shrunk, but they are definitely still in a commanding lead. New Berlin West has eaten a little bit of that gap up, but I don't foresee that changing here in the last 150 meters.
Might see some action on the back stretch between third and eighth place between all of these schools. We'll see who's got it in them this last 100 meters. Let's see what they're made of.
Our third place runner is going to pull away from the rest of the bunch.
And Onalaska finishes first with a time of 3:31:59. Which would put them in the top 20 on the state honor roll. New Berlin West finishes with 3:33, and Racine Horlick finishes at 3:36.
This will be the third heat of the boys 4x4. This will be the last heat before we bring in the championship heats. In lane 1 is McGuanago with Jack Savasta, Mason Reibolt, Owen Kilton, and Declan McGrath. Lane 2 is Indian Trail Academy, Edward Jones, Connor Gilbert, Remy Streikarts, and Dayton Dahlquist. Lane 3 is Pewaukee, Ryan Brockman, Nick Brockman, Jack Sisiwa, and Luke Haupert. In lane 4 is Whitefish Bay, AJ Springer, Jacob Jones, Jack McCauley, and Jacob Svella. Lane 5 is Franklin, Eric Roca, Gabriel Gutierrez, Devin Turner, and Landon Harris. Lane 6, Sussex Hamilton, Jacob Unger, Joa Doyle, Tyler Moore, and Nicholas Holzman. Green Bay Preble in lane 7 with Charlie Roz, RJ Schoenholz, Tristan Shanoski, and Derek Matz. In lane 8 is Lodi with Zach Nyquist, Noah Haudek, Aiden Grosskopf, and Paul Linz. McGuanago and Indian Trail Academy are the two top-seeded teams in this heat, both of which are in the top 15 on the state honor roll. McGuanago at 11th in 3:29.8, and Indian Trail Academy at 3:30.6. We'll see if they can beat those marks and move themselves into the top 10.
starts from everybody. Despite this not being the final championship heat of the boys 4x4, there are still some very impressive times in this group. Will be interesting. Sun is down, lights are on, crowd is up. Awesome environment here for the boys 4x4.
Looks like we got a nice bunch. Looks like our lane 8 Lodi is probably going to get their exchange off first here after that first 4.
Some smooth handoffs, catalyzing an epic start for the first 3 lanes, McWanago, Indian Trail, and Pewaukee as those 3 take off. Looks like Pewaukee slides up, making a move on the outside of that stretch.
So we got a little bit of a jostling going on between Indian Trail and McWanago. It's like
Indian Trail will settle in behind McWanago for this curve. He'll likely look to make a move coming off the turn on the back stretch, put his team in the lead.
I believe that's Whitefish Bay in 4th. They're in a sneaky spot right now. They can definitely make a move.
Everybody's in it.
McWanago will make the first exchange. Pewaukee in 2nd, and Indian Trail in 3rd.
Strong start from this Pewaukee runner. I believe that's Nick Borkman. As he really overtakes McWanago. He has a good lead coming into the curve.
Yeah, he's putting it down right now. He's opening up a pretty big gap.
He's got the jets.
Looks like we're gonna get a move from Whitefish Bay in a second.
Just like
On the
you
side.
predicted.
Looks like they're gonna stay in that 3rd spot, but they're definitely in a sneaky position to make a
Everyone's
move.
keeping their stride here. They're looking good. See how these exchanges go. And Pewaukee's up and off. Behind them is McWanago,
Indian Trail
followed narrowly by Indian Trail.
and Whitefish Bay in 4th. They had a bad exchange. They lost quite a bit of ground. I believe that's Whitefish Bay. It's kind of hard to see in the dark. That gap that Pewaukee opened up is shrinking.
It'll come down to this final stretch and see who can make up the curve.
This is the final leg. Who's going to have the kick here?
Pewaukee looks back to see how far back his competition is. He's
A
right
big
on.
push from 2nd.
Big push from McWanago.
Looks like Pewaukee will hold him off, though. Pewaukee will win the heat.
Pewaukee, McWanago, Indian Trail. Looks like Whitefish Bay. Pewaukee wins with a time of 3:29.36. McWanago in 2nd behind them with 3:29.92. And in 3rd, Indian Trail Academy with 3:31. That would move Pewaukee and McWanago into the top 10 of the state honor roll. McWanago improves upon their time.
Pewaukee previously wasn't even in the top 25 on the state honor roll. Just won their heat and moved themselves into it. Sets us up nice for a final heat of the men and women. I believe now is the mixed 400-meter relay. We're going to have heat 1 here of the mixed 4x4. I believe there's 4 heats. No, there's only 2 heats. So this will be heat 1 of 2.
Heat 1 features in Lane 1 Bayport, Carly Abling, Jolie Jaquez, Griffin Murphy, and Evan Weibel. In Lane 2 is Whitefish Bay with Thor Gabick, Ixel Rios, Aaron Gorman, and Lily Kreigel. In Lane 3 is Nicolay with Reese Anderson, Magdalena Rosas Sarmiento, Luke Nelson, and Matthew Kinski. In Lane 4 is Wauwatosa West with Avion Cunningham, Addison McVoy Holtz, Louise Schauer, and Jayla Johninkin.
Looks like Whitefish Bay was a scratch from this heat. So now it'll be a 3-team heat. Bayport, Nicolay, and Wauwatosa West. It appears this race will be run as a boy, then a girl, and then a boy, and then a girl. Be interesting to see how coaches stack their relay order, considering that the 4x4 was already run, so you're starting to dig deeper into your team's roster to find runners to run this event. I'm sure you're going to start pulling up distance guys. You see lane 2 is not going to be using a block, so I'm assuming he would be a distance runner.
Really strong start from Tosa West here. No ground being made up on that curve. Bayport's flying in on the inside. Will be a tight group. We've got this group of guys duking it out, and then they'll pass it on to their female teammates for the second leg.
Fumbling handoff from Nicolay. So going to third.
And Tosa West slowing down significantly here. Looks like she'll be caught coming off the turn into the final straight. She's got long strides and she's maintaining her relaxation, so it looks like she will be able to get her handoff done first.
See how this exchange goes. That was a clean exchange from Bayport.
Great exchange from Bayport. Good exchange from Tosa West. And Nicolay is off in third. Now this group of boys, we'll see what happens here. Looks like Nicolay is eating up some serious ground on Tosa West. Bayport maintains a strong lead.
Bayport opened up a huge gap in that final 50 meters of the last leg and off the exchange.
It's important to have balance on your team.
Now. It's a huge lead from Bayport. Nicolay is going to close that gap, but
Bayport's third leg will be the first to pass it off to his female anchor. And great handoff there. You can tell they've practiced that a lot. And Nicolay is off. And there goes Tosa West. Each time there's been a switch between male to female, there's been major changes. So we'll see what happens in this final 400.
As of now, Bayport's gap seems to be growing. Nicolay doesn't seem to be eating much into that gap. We'll see if
Bayport's anchor is maintaining great stride length, rounding out the first 200 meters. Looks maintainable.
yeah, she's got good form, staying smooth. Looks like Bayport will run away with this one.
This has been interesting. This is the first time that I've watched a mixed 4x4 in person, but it's exciting. It's cool. It's different. Brings makes an entertaining facet to the sport of track and field.
All of you in this end zone need to leave right now.
And now we're on to Heat 2 of the mixed 4x4. In lane 1, we'll have West Appear with Ellie Olson, Emily Sharpada, Bryce Smith, and Eliza Aitken. Lane 2 will be Shorewood with Nathan Cumberbatch, Cayman Phillips, William Frelling, and Delia Martins. Lane 3 will be Arrowhead with Jacob Fink, Emma Rathje, Remington Landman, and Taylor Nimish. Lane 4, Sussex Hamilton, Justice Bates, Hayden Coppersmith, Lily Hoytnig, Eliana Kosnes. Lane 5, Green Bay Preble, Haley Nowitzki, Amanda Van Claster, Sheldon Jean-Baptiste, Louis Jean-Baptiste. In lane 6, McGuanago, Eva Kuz, Paige Schreiber, Caleb Schreiber, and Luke Wolf. Lane 7, Onalaska, Nick Rudrud, Drew Simmons, Carmen Roroff, and Michaela Karkoff. Lane 8, Sun Prairie East, Jace Stolt, Michaela O'Malley, Shalia Ellert, and Connor Stoff. Correction. We are on to the championship girls 4x4. We have West Appear, Erica Ukokola, Callie Vanahuoven, Ellie Drews, and Jocelyn Thompson. Lane 2, Wanakee, Jessica Buglieski, Kyla Sala, Claire Burklow, Emily Berger. Lane 3, Whitefish Bay, Martha Mitchell, Lily Gerzadas, Cherish Nora, and Lola Kowali. Lane 4, Arrowhead, Avery Bott, Madison Hook, Giselle Hugert, and Rachel Kleinhans. Lane 5 is Bayport, Madeline Thornton, Kyla Hendricks, and Macy Bible and Nevaeh Johnson. Lane 6 is Onalaska. Allie Thomas, Josie Blum, Isabella Malasek, and Isabella Gutierrez. Lane 7 is East Troy. We'll wait until after the start. East Troy in lane 7 is Sophia Rondio, Jillian Pergande, Aubrey Cherick, and Valencia Burgos. Lane 8 is Kimberly with Jillian Krieger, Madison Krieger, Dee Vassar, and Madeline Dillenberg. This is the championship heat of the girls 4x4. Remember, Arrowhead is currently winning. Bayport is in second. West Appear is in third. Whitefish Bay in fourth. This is the points totals. It could come down to this final relay. Remember, relays are worth a significant amount of points here.
We've got Not Afraid by Eminem bumping over here through the stadium speakers. Environment is getting electric.
Nothing quite beats the 4x4 under the lights with the music blasting and a big crowd watching. Perfect weather for this race. Our first handoff is going to be out of lane 6. It's going to be on Alaska.
We've got a host of girls catching up, though, around the turn. Tightly clumped. We'll see how things even out around the curve.
On Alaska, our current leader is we're currently ranked 6th on the state honor roll with a time of 4:09.8. We'll see if they can beat that time. The time to beat on the state honor roll was set by Verona area at 4:04.8. So expect teams to be eyeing that time tonight.
West De Pere also holds the second best time in the state with a 4:06.2. We'll see if they can beat that tonight. On Alaska looking really, really strong coming down this back stretch. You can tell the energy is contributing.
On Alaska opening up a big gap.
Next handoff off from Analaska.
West De Pere, the favorites in this event, just got handed off in 3rd. Let's see if they can catch that gap. That is a significant gap to have to eat up here.
Huge gap.
They are already halfway through. This 3rd runner is going to have to eat up some of this gap.
On Alaska maintaining the lead going into the curve.
West De Pere is eating up that gap for 2nd. The battle right now is for 3rd. There is a group chasing West De Pere.
This is going to be a battle, but I think if West De Pere can eat up some space here on the curve, then she can give herself a shot coming into the final straight.
Unless On Alaska has a complete collapse, I think they're going to pull away, but it's going to come down to this 4th runner for that 3rd place spot. That entire group is going to be battling for 3rd. The question is, can they chase down 2nd? We got a huge group coming in at 3rd. That first handoff from Alaska is clean.
Great handoff from Alaska. Now they are off. West De Pere chasing behind. We'll see if she can make up the gap, though. There's a lot of ground to gain. She's got her work cut out for her. And then the race for 3rd. That looks like Bayport.
Yeah, it looks like Bayport making a huge surge out of that pack. Can she catch 2nd? She's making a run at it for sure.
I don't know if anyone catches on Alaska.
I believe On Alaska's got this one, but the battle now for 2nd is getting real.
There's at least 30 meters in between On Alaska and 2nd place, so we'll see what the battle for 2nd turns out to be.
It's not impossible, but it's going to be hard. I believe that's Bayport has a solid spot in 2nd. Now West De Pere coming around into 3rd.
Great final stretch from On Alaska. Looks like they're going to finish 1st, and Bayport strides down the final straight.
West De Pere is chasing for 2nd.
Energized by the crowd and the music and the lights. And
On Alaska will win it.
Bayport in 2nd, and that's West De Pere in 3rd.
On Alaska wins it in 4:02.01. That is the new state lead time, beating out Verona area's 4:04.8. West De Pere in 2nd with 4:07.7. That puts them in 4th on the state honor roll. East Troy finishing in 3rd place with a 4:10.36.
Looks like Whitefish Bay actually finished 2nd with a time of 4:05. That puts them in 2nd place for the all-state honor roll. West De Pere falling to 3rd or 4th.
Up next is your championship heat of the 4x4 for the boys. In lane 1 is Wanakee with Jake Bova, William Garcia Heinrich, Isaiah Jekyll, and Andrew Ragnar. Arrowhead in lane 2, Kyle Yankee and Nathan Clark, Ryan Hyman, and Logan Hicks. Lane 3, Oconomowoc, Alexander Ralston, Jaden Sales, Jackson Puchert, and Harrison Cull. Lane 4, Janesville Parker, Paul Kim, Avery Eastman, Deziel Richards, Caden Brandenburg. Lane 5 is Middleton, Emmer Gane, Harper Fay, Finn Patnaud, and Gavin Hurley. Lane 6 is Bayport, Brett Shipley, Blake Buchner, Luke Frenshu, and James Williams. Lane 7, West De Pere, Jacob Breyer, Brock Story, Adam Lammers, Clifford Jansen. Lane 8, Germantown, Will Van Fossen, Michael Lunis, Joey Knopp, and Jack Blazenek. Your favorites in this event are Kimberly, Wanakee, Middleton, West Appear, all of which are in the top 10 on the state honor roll at this moment. Wanakee's Andrew Regnier, the 400-meter champion from today, as well as the 800-meter champion, is the anchor leg for Wanakee, so keep an eye on that.
Also want to draw your attention to Logan Hicks, who's anchoring for Arrowhead. He won the 110 hurdles today, as well as the 300-meter hurdles.
Expect these teams to get out fast. This is the final heat of the men's 4x4. This is a very competitive event.
Enter Sandman by Metallica will be the soundtrack to this epic ending to today's fantastic Myrhum meet.
Cannot get much better than that, can it?
Does not get better than that.
Fans lining the fence on the outside of the track. Enter Sandman blasting in the stadium. Coming in for the first exchange.
Looks like Ocon and West Appear will be the first to get their exchanges off. It will be Ocon. Arrowhead shortly behind.
Wanakee's going to have some ground to make up. They're like the
Handing
second to
off
last.
to what I believe is the freshman Ryan Hyman for Arrowhead.
How much ground can he make up here? He's going to come into this break here on this cone.
It's like West Appear on the edge there will gain some ground too as he cuts in.
We got a nice battle for second. That lead still pulling away, the gap not growing too much.
Ocon in first, coming around the turn, entering the final straight of this lap.
Arrowhead and West Appear
And
battling it out for second.
Arrowhead and West Appear are kicking. It looks like Arrowhead will maintain the lead for second.
Got a nice battle here. First through 8 are all close.
Great handoff from Ocon and Arrowhead. We'll see if Arrowhead can chase down Ocon. West Appear following shortly behind.
I believe this is Nathan Klauk from Arrowhead. He finished third in the 800-meter dash, so don't count him out. He's going to have some speed here at the back end of this 400.
Ocon maintains a steady lead coming around the turn, entering the final.
Wanakee moving it past West Appear into third. Arrowhead hanging on to second. Let's see how these exchanges go. Ocon clean handoff. Arrowhead chasing. Wanakee in third. West Appear in fourth. That was a solid split.
And looks like that's Wanakee absolutely chasing down Arrowhead. Passes him on the turn, running a race of his own, looking to chase down Ocon. We'll see if he can make up the ground. He's got about 20 meters or so to gain.
This is your individual 400-meter champ chasing down the leader from Oconomowoc. nationally ranked in the 800-meter dash.
Will be
Does he
attending
have the
UNC
juice?
for track.
Coming into the corner, he's got about 5 meters to chase. Can he close it down? Arrowhead pushing hard in third. Can Andrew chase him down for first?
Looks
He's
like
closing.
It will be.
Will he get the finish?
And he
He's
does.
going to pull it away.
Gonna pull it away for first.
Arrowhead finished in
finishes
third. What a finish
Wow.
from Wanakee.
Wanakee blazes. A time of
324.
324. Ocon second with 325, and Arrowhead third with 327. All those are top 3 times.
Wanakee's 324.8 beats the current state lead time by a full 3 seconds to take the #1 spot in the state honor.
And the top 5 teams there will all move into the top 5 positions of the state honor roll. Those are the 5 fastest relays run all year. Next up, we've got the mixed 4x4. This will be the final race of the evening.
Again, interesting strategy in this event because you just ran the 4x4, so you're not reusing athletes. So you're going to have to start digging deeper into your roster for this.
This is where depth comes into play. You just can't rely on star power.
Again, this heat is going to be run as boy-girl, boy-girl.
Great starts from everybody. Even spread coming around the first turn. Jacob Fink from Arrowhead making up some ground here on the straight. These guys are cruising.
Fast first 200. We'll see who comes out on top here on this last corner.
Might be on Alaska in the back there making a serious move on the turn. Can't tell from here.
I believe that is on Alaska, yes, in lane 6, lane 7. A nice battle coming through here. It looks like
Shorewood
Shorewood,
will
yeah.
get the handoff off first, handing off to their first female.
Arrowhead handing off in second. It's a nice tight battle here going towards the break.
Looks like an unclean handoff has disrupted Onalaska's flow from their first to second exchange.
Looks like Onalaska's
They'll
completely
lose some
fallen
ground
off.
from that.
We have a nice tight battle for first. Let's see who's going to come out on top here. That third place spot's hanging on there. There's still contact with that main group. A little bit of a break here. Is that Arrowhead pulling off to the front? Yep, that's Arrowhead and Shorewood.
Arrowhead and Shorewood are going to battle it out. It's going to
Battling
be
out
Logan
front.
Hicks and Nathan Cumberbatch, both elite athletes who are going to fight for position
In third place is West.
Looks like Arrowhead is going to be, Logan Hicks will get the baton inside, but Shorewood will receive first.
Here we go.
And Shorewood takes off in first, Logan Hicks chasing shortly behind, and then West De Pere chasing behind them. We'll need to see an impressive split from Logan today if he's going to catch Nathan. And he's doing a good job. He's cruising down.
Hasn't lost any ground. He actually seems to be gaining a little bit here on this backstretch.
We'll see what he's made of on this back stretch. That was a fast 200 meters.
Got to keep it together now in this final 2. Got to come around this corner and make his move on the backstretch. He's actually closing gap.
He is closing ground. And Cumberbatch will maintain, but it's close. Very tight.
Equal.
It'll come down to this final leg.
Now who has the better anchor?
Great
Shorewood or
handoff
Arrowhead?
between Logan Hicks and Taylor Timish. Puts them right behind Shorewood.
In third place is West De Pere. They have a significant gap. It looks like our battle is going to be for first, Arrowhead and Shorewood. And then third is in their own land right now.
No one 30 meters ahead or 30 meters behind a West De Pere.
Looks like Shorewood's opening up a gap on Arrowhead.
Beginning to look like, unless Shorewood burns out here, they're going to take it coming into the final stretch.
Looks like Shorewood will take your final event tonight.
And Shorewood running away with it. They will finish in first. Taylor Timish for Arrowhead behind them. And that's Delia Martins finishing for Shorewood.
Shorewood finishes with a time of 3:35.08. And Arrowhead with a time of 3:38.79. And West De Pere in third with a time of 3:42.60.
Really interesting event. That was super fun to watch. 2 elite teams, 4 elite athletes. And that should finish things up for today's meet.
So our final scores for tonight's meet, for the boys, our championship team with 81 points is Kimberly. In second is Arrowhead with a total of 58 points. Third place, Kaukauna with a total of 51 points. Fourth place, Oconomowoc with a total of 43. In fifth, West De Pere with a total of 32.5. Sixth, Wanakee with a total of 30. Seventh, Mugwanago with 29 points. Eighth, Bayport with 28 points. Ninth, Fond du Lac with 27 points. And in 10th, Hartford Union with 26 points.
We saw a plethora of fantastic performances from individuals today as well.
So our championship girls total points winner is Arrowhead with 59 points. Second place is Homestead with 55 points. Third place, Bayport with 54 points. Fourth place, Whitefish Bay with 51 points. Fifth place, West De Pere with 50 points. Sixth place, Kimberly with 41. Seventh place, Mugwanago with 37 points. Eighth place, Wanakee with 26 points. Tied for ninth, Middleton and Oak Creek, both with 24 points. And in 11th, Onalaska with 23 points.
Feature event today was the 400, which featured 5 sub-50 performances. And first we had Andrew Rayner from Wanakee with a time of 47.51, followed shortly by Nathan Cumberbatch from Shorewood with 47.57. And third, Trent Euler from Brookfield East with 48.69. Fourth, Giovanni Bynum from Martin Luther with 49.82. And in fifth, Bryce Smith from West Superior with 49.92.
Another huge event in today's meet. Of note, Bryce Ruland in the boys discus throw has the national leading throw at 208 feet and 10 inches, beating out second place Brandon Ralstead from Oconomowoc with 169 feet 3 inches.
Thank you for joining us tonight online. This was the 2023 Myrhum Invite at Arrowhead from Hartland, Wisconsin. Thank you.